Corson, Dietrich, Dahl, Erickson, Fagg, Fauskado, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Hawk, Hildebrand, Holland, Holscher, Kirshen, Cluse, Longbine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Reichman, Steffen, Straub, Sullentrop, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Senators and their guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to the chaplain.
Please join me in prayer. Lord, God, creator of heaven and earth, you are Lord of lords and King of kings. Truly you are God, and there is none other. Your word says in Psalms 46:1 that as our God, you are always there for us. When the issues of life are wearing on us, you're there. You feed us when we're hungry. You comfort us when we're sad. You strengthen us when we're weary. Like the air in a balloon keeps it from collapsing, you keep us. You keep us from absolute breakdowns. When our friends and associates see the smiles we wear on our faces, you see the pain and disappointment we struggle with on the inside. When our faith is feeble and faltering, when it's uncertain and shaky like jello, you step in and solidify it. You bolster our faith. You fortify our faith in you. When we just can't see you because you are spirit, you do something that we can see, which reveals your faithful presence and reinforces our faith. When we face despair, you give us a glimmer of hope to keep us from giving up. You provide us with your direction to keep us from total confusion, and all through the blessed privilege of prayer. So, Lord, keep us mindful to continue in prayer, to your glory and honor, to our good, and to the good of your people. I thank you again for the privilege, power, and pleasure of prayer. In Jesus' name, amen.
Please continue standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please note the reference of bills on page 2 of your calendar. Messages from the House, the clerk will read.
Announcing passage of HB 2219, HB 2287. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on SB 40. House Bill 2219, an act concerning income taxation. House Bill 2287, an act concerning workforce development.
This constitutes the introduction of those bills previously read. Before recessing, are there any announcements? Yes, the Senator from Douglas.
Thank you,
Senator
Mr. Vice
Francisco.
President. The Democrats will caucus in our regular room, 287 North, upon recess.
Thank you. Are there other announcements? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Assistant Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. I move the Senate recess to the sound of the gavel.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. The Senate is recessed.
I didn't hear the announcement, but the Senate Republicans are going to caucus, in case there's any confusion. I didn't hear that in the announcement. Senate Republicans are going to caucus in our usual room, 548 South. Senate will come to order. Conference committee reports. Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren on SB 40.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 40 is the conference committee report from the Senate and House Judiciary Committees. And the subject matter is really the legislative response to the COVID-19 pandemic and the Kansas Emergency Management Act. So in layman's terms, sometimes you might hear, or in legislative parlance, that is KEMA for Kansas Emergency Management Act. So I want to commend the conference committee for the hard work that we saw there and the lively debate and discussion. And I would say the conference committee report is a good reflection of the House and the Senate coming together to put into place the core values that we as the legislature hold to be important, such as due process, such as checks and balances, such as local authority stopping with, the buck stops here with a local elected official being ultimately responsible and accountable to the people for when government makes a decision to a pandemic or any action taken thereunder. So it's a good report because it strikes a balance between government response and individual liberties and individual freedoms. It's not perfect. Neither side of the debate got everything that side wanted, but again, it's a good resolution to provide balance that we've been hearing from Kansans all across this state, from our constituents and others, that they need some accountability from their government and they need some authority to be involved in the decision-making process. So with that then, we will turn to the contents, if you will, of the committee report. And again, if the body will keep in mind, the overall structure is to provide checks and balances and accountability for decisions that the government of Kansas makes in response to declared disaster emergencies. So the first portion that we will talk about is the governor declaring a state of emergency, a disaster emergency. The bill includes a provision that no other COVID-19 related emergency, whether it's economic, financial crisis arising out of COVID-19, can be declared for 2020 or 2021. And when if this committee report is adopted by the legislature, it also provides that all current executive orders in place right now expire on March 31st, 2021. So the governor has the ability to issue new executive orders, but they are going to be governed by the legislation that comes out of the conference committee report if it's adopted by the legislature. And what happens then if the current executive orders are expired on March 31st, 2021. If the governor finds a need to create new executive orders, they are to be reviewed and can be revoked by the legislature while we are in session. And again, that is what we're all hearing, I think, from our constituents, that we need the legislature to provide that checks and balances, and we will. One of the other checks and balances we were hearing was regarding schools. I heard a lot from school parents in my area about being heard at the local level by schools. So the bill put together by the House and the Senate provides that during a state of emergency disaster related to COVID-19, only the local school boards can respond to the emergency that have the effect of affecting operation of schools by closing them, by closing any school or attendance center of that school district, or mandating any other action by a student or employee of a school district while on school property. Now, the local school board does not have authority to do those things to a non-private school. So private schools are governing themselves, and this applies only to the local school boards and the school and attendance centers in their school district. Now, if the school board is going to take an action, they must do it at an open meeting, open to the public, so that you can appear and make your voices known. And if the school board or the School Board of Education enacts or adopts a policy, an order, or other action, if you're aggrieved by that decision or action or policy, either as a student or an employee or as a parent, you have 30 days within that action was taken to file your request for a hearing with the school board. The school board then shall hold a hearing within 72 hours of hearing your request for the purpose of reviewing, amending, or revoking that action, order, or policy. The board must issue its decision within 7 days after that hearing is conducted. So again, we have the due process. You're an aggrieved person by the action of the school board. You have the right to be heard within 72 hours by the school board, and the school board must render its decision within 7 days after the hearing is conducted. If you're still not, if you still haven't achieved the remedy that you are seeking by the school board's decision, you have the right to appeal to the district court. And the district court, either where the action took place or the district court of Shawnee County. And the court then also has to conduct a 72-hour hearing. So within 72 hours of receiving your petition, the court has to hold a hearing, and the court shall grant you the relief that you're seeking unless, it's very important, unless the court finds that the action taken or the order issued or the policy adopted by the Board of Education is narrowly tailored to respond to the state of disaster emergency, and it uses the least restrictive means possible. So again, you've got some standards there within which the board has to be operating. The court also has that same 7-day deadline to issue its decision. If the court doesn't issue its decision within 7 days, the relief you have sought from the court is granted. So again, these are new procedures to provide you some remedy and some accountability for the local decisions that might be made that affect your day-to-day lives, such as decisions made by school boards. It also provides that you can imagine there might be lots of school parents who might consider themselves to be aggrieved by a school board decision, and the conference committee report provides that the court can consolidate the hearings administratively if it's the same order that's being heard or reviewed. The same procedure is in place for our community colleges. There are, I think, 18 community colleges. Don't hold me to that number. I think that's right, 18 community colleges and a number of other technical career colleges across the state. And they weren't covered by what we currently have in law because they're not K through 12 entities, and they're different than businesses. The community colleges are because they have elected boards who govern. So they are covered in this bill with the same sort of procedure. Only they can determine whether they're closed or open, and you, if you're an aggrieved person by a decision of the community college or technical college, you have the same redress of your grievances by that local community college or technical college. And if you're not, you haven't received the remedy you're seeking, you can then apply to the court for relief. I think those are very important provisions that the House and the Senate saw to put into place. So you can be heard by your government making these decisions. That brings us to when a governor declares a state of emergency and then deems it necessary to issue executive orders. While the legislature is in session, the legislature shall have the ability to review and revoke executive orders. While we're not in session or while we're in session but adjourned for 3 or more days. That then falls to, this is a difference in current law, not to the State Finance Council, but to the Legislative Coordinating Council. And the body knows that the Legislative Coordinating Council is currently made of 7 members, 4 from the House leadership and 3 from Senate leadership. What Section 3 of the Conference Committee report does is it adds a member of the Senate to the Legislative Coordinating Council, and that would be another Senate leader, the Vice President of the Senate. So then we have a membership of 8 on the Legislative Coordinating Council. Now, the importance of this is that for the LCC to take action requires an affirmative vote of 5 or more members of the 8. So now, with adding a 4th senator, those 5 votes require buy-in, if you will, from both chambers, because at least one member of each chamber has to vote in the affirmative for the LCC to take any action. Again, that's more checks and balances, that's more accountability, and that's more government representative of you, the people. The bill doesn't really, or excuse me, the conference committee report doesn't really change the state of disaster emergencies that might be declared for instance, disease among domestic animals or agricultural commodities or among plants. That is left in place. We also made sure that if a state of disaster emergency is going to be declared, that the legislature, when it's not in session, that the LCC can extend it by a meeting, but can only extend it for up to 30 days at a time. So there was some debate in the conference committee, should it be to a date as to be determined by the LCC? And we on the Senate side felt it was important to put that 30-day limit on there. So any declared state of emergency, state of disaster emergency would be subject to 30-day review. So it wouldn't be, okay, we'll agree to extend it for 9 months and then there's no required interim review. We thought it was important, again, so that the legislature could hear from constituents from the state of Kansas what they felt was important. With that then, the committee report does extend the current state of disaster emergency declaration from March 31st, 2021 to May 28th, 2021. And the reason for that is the conference committee report, though it extends that date, it also declares null and void all existing emergency orders. So if the conference committee report were to be adopted, then all current executive orders are null and void as of March 31st, 2021. And if the governor wanted to enact new executive orders, it would be subject to the requirements of the conference committee report, including review and revocation if desired by the legislature. I think I touched on this already, but want to make clear that the conference committee report also includes that the governor shall not proclaim any new state of disaster emergency related in whole or in part to the COVID-19 health emergency, including any economic, financial, or other crisis caused by such emergency during the year 2021, unless specifically approved by the Legislative Coordinating Council, which would then also include the 8 members when we add the Senate Vice President to that. An important difference also by adding in the LCC instead of the State Finance Council for the review is that on the LCC, the chairperson of the LCC would call the meeting rather than the governor who would be calling the meeting of the State Finance Council. So again, some further checks and balances. You have the governor issuing the executive order, but the chair of the LCC calling the meeting. And the call of the meeting and the meeting to review an executive order must occur within 24 hours of the issuance of an executive order. So again, you have that immediate review by the legislature, which I think a lot of us were hearing from constituents across the state was something very important to them. Just like you have the right of redress to a school board decision or a community college decision, the conference committee report also provides that if you are aggrieved by an executive order, you also have the right to bring within the district court of the county in which you reside or the district court of Shawnee County, you have the right to petition the court for redress of your grievance. You have to bring that action within 30 days of the issuance of the order. And again, the court has to conduct a hearing within 72 hours and look at the proposed order, make sure that it's narrowly tailored and uses the least restrictive means to achieve the governor's goals, and that if it doesn't do so, it is declared invalid, and if the court doesn't issue a decision within 7 days, you are granted the relief you are seeking. The county commissioners can still opt for a less stringent order if they so desire, and again, that's subject to review as well. Pursuant to this conference committee report, the governor may not issue an order that substantially burdens or inhibits the gathering or movement of individuals or operation of any religious, civic, business, or commercial activity, whether for-profit or not-for-profit. And you're starting to hear a theme here, and I'm going to add to that theme is the school board, you've got some redress, an executive order, you've got some personal redress to the court, and also for a local unit of government. You still have that same redress that you can take your grievance to the district court within 30 days, and the district court within you filing your grievance has to hear your grievance within 72 hours and use that same sort of standard of narrowly tailored and uses least restrictive means to achieve its goal and issue its decision within 7 days. So we felt that was very important. Again, the Supreme Court, if they're hearing these cases all around the state because it's an executive order, they can adopt procedures that facilitate the efficient administration of those cases. We also provided that 911 call center public safety telecommunicators were included in the definition of emergency responder for the Kansas Intrastate Emergency Mutual Aid Act. The conference committee report also put in there, both the Senate and the House thought it was important that if the Secretary of Kansas Department of Health and Environment issues an order and you are a person who is aggrieved, here's that theme again, that either the legislature may revoke it, the legislature may revoke an order either when the legislature is in session or the LCC if the legislature is not in session. Another important piece was local health officers. I think we all heard, or at least I did, from constituents, my constituents, and from others across Kansas, that they wanted accountability, and for local health officers who are not elected officials to be making orders, a lot of Kansans felt that that was an improper infringement on their liberties and freedom. So the conference committee report takes that into account, and that it provides a local health officer cannot issue an order. What the local health officer can do, if they determine it's necessary to issue an order mandating, for instance, the wearing of masks or limiting the size of gatherings of individuals, curtailing the operation of business or movement, or limiting religious gatherings, what the local health officer has to do under this conference committee report is propose the order to the local governing body. Then that local governing body has to have a public hearing, either at its next regularly scheduled hearing or a special meeting and hear the order and have the public come in and comment if they want to. And only upon the board then taking an affirmative action of either voting on it or at least one member of the board signing it, either the chairperson or the vice chair, then that proposed order becomes an order. So again, you've got the buck stops with an elected official. And Kansans across the state were voicing the concern that they thought that was very important, and that is incorporated into the conference committee report. Again, that theme, if you're aggrieved by the decision of the local board, you can take your grievance to court, and they have to have the hearing within 72 hours and issue their decision within 7 days using that same sort of standard of review. It's a lengthy, comprehensive committee report, and again, it was the product of a lot of good, hard work and consideration by the Senate, and the House worked with us too. So with that, Mr. President, I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 40, and I will stand for questions.
Questions on the conference committee report? Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first question has to do with the origination of the legislation. And I asked this in committee, and I got a response from the vice chair. And I would like if the senator from McPherson would stand and explain again how this legislation that the Senate heard originally came into place, who introduced it, who put it together. Because I'm still waiting for some information. I was told in committee that they would get minutes for that meeting, and I still do not have that.
You're directing a question to the vice chair.
Yes.
Senator from McPherson, do you wish to answer? This is the question this is when you properly ask, do you wish to stand?
I'll stand.
Very good. You have Senator from McPherson.
If I recall, you asked that similar question, Mr. President. He asked the question in committee, and I responded that there was a group of people got together, business, industry, and expressed their concerns about how this COVID and this emergency declaration had occurred. And from that, we drew a number of conclusions and drew up the bill.
Senator from Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And while we're on the subject, I'm just curious. I mean, I was told in committee there were minutes for this meeting, and I still have not received those minutes. Can he explain?
Senator from McPherson.
Yes, Mr. President, this was not an official meeting. It was a get-together of a number of folks, and that was just that simple. I don't know whether, I haven't even looked at the minutes. I don't know.
Senator from Brown.
So he hasn't looked at the minutes. He's alluding that there will be minutes. Is that correct?
Senator from McPherson.
Mr. President, I shouldn't have used the word minutes. I think there were documentation of different specific interests, different specific problems that were going on with the declaration and the way that the orders were coming down. And from those notes, you know, we drew up the language that would accommodate the fixes for what we had seen in the past.
Senator from Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could the senator from McPherson explain or highlight perhaps some of the entities involved, not by name, but by like the staff involved with the drafting of legislation? I believe in committee he mentioned the Attorney General. Could he highlight some of the bodies that were there and their positions?
I'll give a little more latitude, but they were supposed to be having questions about the underlying conference committee report.
I'm good.
Okay. Senator from McPherson.
Mr. President, would he repeat that again? I was...
Senator from Brown.
Yeah, I just would like to know because, and so this, look, the underlying bill is part of this bill. It's what went to conference. But the underlying bill that the Senate passed was introduced and came together by certain entities. And I'm asking, who were those entities? I believe in committee he named the AG, possibly some staff. I just want to know if he can highlight that a little bit here.
For my own clarification, are you asking on the original underlying Senate bill the originators of that language?
Yes. For me, it's critical to know, I want to know where this legislation came from. Okay? I want to know who put it together because, you know, Mr. Chairman, we went through all kinds of KEMA meetings, and there were certain things that we talked about in those committees, and some of those things made it into this bill, some did not. And I think it's critical to know who then pick and choose to put it together, which is part of why we got what we got in this conference report. So I'm just trying to get that out in the open and make sure it was asked in committee, answered the question there. I just want to answer it here for the full body.
Senator from McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. President. The leadership group, along with the revisor's office, along with some input from the Attorney General, along from different industry people, was kind of an amalgamation of all that information and drew up the bill. It's kind of that simple.
Senator from Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate those answers. And I have further questions for the senator from Johnson, who is standing. And I'd like to ask the House version that was passed, that went into conference, the committee that the House passed to have oversight, was that the State Finance Council or was it the LCC?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House bill that came to conference committee, I'm trying to remember whether, I don't recall at this point whether they had proposed, I think it was the LCC in the House bill, if I'm remembering correctly at this point.
Senator from Brown.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. But that was what was voted on by the House, and what we have now was not voted on by the House in their bill. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
Are you again asking about the underlying prior bills and not the conference committee report?
Mr. Chairman, I'm talking about the conference committee report. We're going to vote on a KEMA report that has a committee in it that I believe she said some members have been added to the LCC to make up that committee. What I'm asking and what I just asked was the House didn't vote on that in their bill. This is new material. That's what I'm trying to get to.
I'm going to give a little more latitude, but we'll see where we go. Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2416 came to the conference committee proposing to basically substitute the LCC in place of the State Finance Council in the sections of House Bill 2416 that dealt with the State Finance Council in this context. If the question is whether House Bill 2416 included adding another member to the LCC, it did not.
Senator from Brown.
So I'm correct in the assessment that the language that was achieved and the results that came out of this conference committee is new language. That was a LCC made up with a new member, was not voted on by either chamber. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
The House passed this language 118-4.
The conference report.
Correct.
Their bill.
This language.
I understand the conference report's already passed the House, Mr. Chairman. But that language was new language put into this conference report. That language, that committee, was not voted on here in the Senate, and it was not voted on in the House prior to going to conference.
Senator from Brown, I don't know if, I mean, you've been here a few minutes, right? Conference committee reports can take in subject matter that have passed either chamber. And that's, I guess I'm trying to figure out, is the question on the language in front of us now, it appears like we're trying to imply some process issues. And what we're doing now is discussing SB 40, which is the result of the conference committee.
And what I'm getting to, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, is that this body voted on a committee makeup, okay? And the House voted on their committee makeup, which was the LCC. And when we went to conference, somehow we came up with a new committee. We passed a committee without objection in this body that was made up of 12 members. Now, so I'm just trying to clarify that we have language in this conference committee report, right? It's subject matter, fine. But it still was not voted on separately in that form. Okay? Follow me? You with me?
I think I disagree with the premise, but I'm with you.
Okay.
Do you have a question for the senator
Yes,
from
I do.
Johnson?
And so I guess then, Mr. Chairman, that new committee that was derived in conference, can the chair of the chairman who's carrying the conference committee report tell me how many of those members are from which congressional district respectively?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is the question how many of the 8 members of the LCC who would be on the LCC if the conference committee report were adopted are from which congressional districts? Is it the 8 LCC members? The question.
Senator from Brown, do you wish to clarify?
That's correct.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think of the 8, there is representation of at least 1 member from all 4 congressional districts, I think.
Senator from Brown.
She's correct. There's at least 1 member. There's only 1 member from the 2nd district. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not sure. I think with the 8th, then with the current composition of the LCC, there would be at least 1 of the 8 members from each of the 4 congressional districts. And I'm not sure exactly who's from the 2nd and the 4th and the 1st. I could probably do the 3rd district, but and the 1st district. I'm not sure about the others. Other than of the 4 congressional districts, there is at least 1 member of the 8 who would currently be on the LCC.
Senator from Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's just, if I get to the end of the game here. So if I'm correct, your committee in the conference report would be the President of the Senate, Majority Leader of the Senate, Minority Leader of the Senate, and the Vice President of the Senate. Is that correct?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sorry I didn't hear the question, but I'm assuming he correctly read who constitutes the 8 members of the LCC.
Senator from Brown.
I want to make sure I'm correct, Mr. President. So I asked, is the President, the Majority Leader, Minority Leader, and Vice President the 4 Senate members on this new committee?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes.
Senator from Brown.
Okay. So in the House, it would be the Speaker, the Pro Tem, the Minority Leader, and Majority Leader.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes.
Senator from Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, President of the Senate in the 4th Congressional District, Majority Leader of the Senate in the 4th Congressional District. The Vice President is, I'm not sure, 1st District. So there's your 1st District member, okay? The Minority Leader is from the 3rd Congressional District. In the House, Speaker is from the 3rd, so we now have 2 members from the 3rd District, the Speaker and the Minority Leader of the Senate. The Majority Leader of the House is from the 4th Congressional District, and the Minority Leader of the House is from the 4th Congressional District. The only member from the 2nd Congressional District would be the Speaker Pro Tem. So if you look at the makeup, and I didn't put the sheet together, but the makeup would show the 2nd District and the 1st District get 1 member. The 3rd District gets 2 members. The 4th District has 4 members. All through KEMA hearings, one of the things that came up was that we needed representation distributed among the state equally. We in the Senate had an amendment, we put it on the bill, and it did that. It was a 12-member committee. It was made up representing 10 state board districts, equally represented with 2 others at large. Every member that is currently on this could have been a member of that committee. Every member. Because the speaker and the president appoint 3 positions. This is what we passed. The minority leader appointed 2 in each chamber. We had a setup where they could have all been on it. All 8 of the members that are currently on this membership could have. I guess my question is, why did we surrender that when we had unanimous support? There wasn't any objection on the floor. It went on with a voice vote. Why did we surrender that so that now the 4th Congressional District in an emergency is going to have 4 members of that 8 committee membership?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would remind the senator from Brown that nothing was surrendered in conference committee. The purpose of conference committee is to conference together, to find compromise, to find resolution, to find solutions, if you will. And the LCC and adding another senator was such solution. I would also remind the body that the leadership of the House and the Senate are not randomly selected. They are selected by a vote of the legislative body in each chamber. So if the representation is more heavily distributed through one area of the state than the other, that is a decision the legislative body in each chamber has made. So again, it's not a random decision, and it's a deliberative decision made by the elected officials in each chamber of the legislature. The Joint Committee on Emergency Management that was in the Senate bill would have been a 12-member body. And if we're looking at 10 school districts, state school districts, that doesn't provide equal representation too, because there's only 10 districts, but you'd have 12 members. So it's not even under the proposed committee in the Senate bill, it wouldn't have been equal representation, if you will, in each of the 10 districts. So this really, I understand the goal, and it's, again, not a random process to get the membership of the LCC, and it was the decision reached in the conference committee. We did discuss the Joint Committee on Emergency Management, and we did discuss the composition of the LCC. Those deliberations were in conference committee. Anyone could have come to them. I had many representatives and senators approach me throughout the week that we had the deliberations on the conference committee, and not every legislator attended. And so we didn't hear input from every legislator in the conference committee, but we were certainly available to listen.
Senator from Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And maybe I misstated equal, but I will say this, 10 state board districts, and the reason I explained when we put that amendment on the Senate floor was the reason we went with 12 was in case there was controversy and one of the 2 leaders in the Senate wanted a person from each school board district. That allowed the flexibility for the minority leader to put one on and the president from the same state board district if there was that controversy, or in the House. That's why we went with 12. It was explained then, and I think it was very well accepted. And I do think you surrendered. I think you caved in to what the House wanted. I will back up even further. I remember when we ran this and we passed it, and the State Finance Council somehow got into the conference. I mean, one of the former committee members on Judiciary was part of that conference, as was the vice chairman. And to this day, how did that language get there? But that's what the courts said, hey, that won't work. We had the LCC in there, but somehow we're supposed to run it through the State Finance Council first. And we were told it would work. We were told we made a mistake. So now we're fixing it. I'm not against the LCC being in charge of this. It's just the fact that we didn't vote on the LCC with one additional member, and the House didn't vote on that until they saw it in a conference committee report. It was created in conference committee. Had they come up with this in the House and ran it and take it to conference that way, I wouldn't be objecting so strongly. But we did come up with an option. We came up with a joint committee for emergency management. They came up with the LCC. And that's what my objection is, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. And I appreciate the responses from the senator from Johnson, but I still think that the way this was formulated and the way it was put together, it leaves some question marks. And I definitely question the committee that was put together in conference as to, and I understand, they had to add a member so that they could get somebody from the 2nd District, because when we highlighted that earlier in the debate, that was questioned by some members of the press as to how could the LCC not have anybody from a congressional district on it. But that's just the way the elections go in the Senate. I understand that. That's why I came with a proposal to create a committee that would be appointed, Mr. President, 3 members from you and 3 from the Speaker, to try to get more state, maybe more representation from across the state in a broader way. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further questions for Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to start with a thank you to the senator from Johnson and the other 2 members of the conference committee. I certainly appreciate their work. Having been a member of the interim committee on the Emergency Management Act, I appreciate their taking another look at this. I had some concerns with the powers that had been granted to cities, but in reading this conference committee report, my understanding is that a mayor or other principal executive officer of each city of the state, if they have a disaster emergency plan and recognize a disaster, they can make that finding for a period of 7 days. And this is our current law. So the change to that would just be the opportunity for members of that local government to, if they feel aggrieved, to respond to that. Otherwise, that's the change in current law, except, again, I think we made references to a public health officer, but that would still go to the county. So just to confirm, this is essentially the current law with that addition that the senator from Johnson spoke again and again about the process, the due process about aggrieved parties. Is that correct?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, that's correct. That the conference committee report adds in that grievance procedure that if the local unit of government takes an action that substantially burdens or inhibits the gathering or movement of individuals or the operation of any religious, civic, business, or commercial activity, then you may file an action in district court, and the district court has to have a hearing within 72 hours.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, a thank you to the committee, because I think what they arrived at in conference committee is a good compromise, provides an opportunity for city government to declare a disaster, but it's more limited, I think, than what had been proposed in our bill. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I support this conference committee report. I would urge the body to support it as well. I want to thank the hard work of the chair of Judiciary and the senator from Johnson, as well as the vice president of the Senate. We worked really hard on conference committee to come up with a workable framework. I think that this is a workable framework, and the reason I say that is that I know there are certain things in here that the House conferees did not love. I know there are certain things in here that we as Senate conferees did not love. There are certain things in here that the Democratic caucus does not love, and I wouldn't speak for my friends across the aisle, but I'm sure there are certain things in here that they don't all love. And I know that there are things in here that the governor's office does not love, and because of that, I think what we've done is come together to try to bridge our differences, and ultimately the end product has been a good, workable framework that I think is going to work for Kansans. So again, I appreciate the very hard work of the vice president and of the senator from Johnson, and I would urge the body to support this conference committee report. Thank you.
Further questions or comments? Seeing none, you've heard the motion. We will hold for final action. We are now ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take the following: the Conference Committee report on SB 40. Clerk will read the title.
Senate Bill Number 40, an act concerning agriculture.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgartner. Billinger. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fagg. Alscadeau. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reichman. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Cloud, Senator Bowers.
I vote aye.
Are there any explanations of vote? Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since the beginning of this pandemic, we've seen an escalating and prolonged suspension and abridgment of many constitutional rights. True scientific evidence was overlooked in favor of public health edicts that shifted a number of times during this pandemic, based partially on the whims of unelected officials. Now, last June, we passed HB 2016, which was an important step forward in providing checks and balances and limitations on the governor's powers as it related to emergencies. Senate Bill 40 does implement more checks and balances, providing due process, ensuring the buck stops with elected officials, preventing the closures of businesses and churches by the governor, and ending the current mandates on March 31st. These are important components of this bill. Now, do I wish the bill would go further? Absolutely. I believe the core responsibility of state government is to protect the liberties of people, and don't believe any unit of government should be able to impose lockdowns, restrictions, and mass mandates we've seen in the last year. But at least this bill represents a step forward toward getting us back to normal. I still believe there needs to be more work, but for that reason, I vote yes.
Would you like your remarks spread on the journal?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mr.
With
President.
his permission, the chair would like to join the remarks of the Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson. Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I change my vote from aye to nay.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the good senator's permission, I'd like to join in his remarks the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Ordered. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was listening to this discussion. It certainly dawned on me. And by the way, let me commend the conference committee. I've already voted, but I'm going to change my vote. And this is in no way a reflection to the good work done by the conference committee, working very diligently to find compromise during this time. And I don't know which way my caucus has voted, but it dawns on me that we would not be here having this discussion if there were someone else on the second floor who was with the majority party. I've seen so many things pushed through that didn't make sense whatsoever, that was acceded to and affirmed by the majority in both the Senate and the House for purely partisan reasons. I fully believe, Mr. President, that were the governor frankly, a Republican, we wouldn't be going through this exercise and finding concessions and finding ways to compromise to have one person who can oversee and help us get through a pandemic. It just comes down to pure politics when in fact, we should all be pushing together to have this ended and have one person who can look at cohesion in helping this win. So yeah, I voted for it. I voted yes on it, but I really don't agree with it. I know, in fact, that there's a division that's purely partisan, and so I changed my aye to no. And I don't think I want my votes. I'll talk with the Secretary of the Senate later to see if I draft and have them put on the journal.
We get Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the second time we've heard on the floor of the Senate that we need one individual to lead us. And that makes me take pause to think what kind of government does that. It's a socialist or a communist government. And that's not what we are. We are a republic, we are a democracy. We went through a lot of pain through this pandemic response. And it's very clear now that in comparison to other states, so much of that pain was unnecessary. From school closures to business closures to being forced to do things we didn't want to do. And incredibly, when you look back at history, they did the exact same thing in the Spanish flu and in pandemics before that. If we can't learn anything from this, that's a sad testament to the nature of human beings. So I vote no because this ultimately for me is an individual freedom situation. We lost individual freedoms that we shouldn't have lost because we had the wrong people, from unelected officials to making decisions to administrations who flat did not know what they were doing and then tried to con us into following along. So bottom line, this is an individual rights situation for me. Why I am very grateful for the hard work done by Senator Warren and the others. This ultimately falls short as protection of our individual rights. Thank you.
Further explanation of vote. Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with the sentiments of the senator from Reno and would also stress that this goes against the very fiber of not just our state constitution, but our federal constitution. So I also vote no on this because it does not go far enough to ensure those individual liberties. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I get a preliminary count?
I have on the preliminary 31 in favor, 8 against. Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. President. With his permission, I would like to join the remarks of the senator from Johnson.
So ordered. Further explanation? Not seeing 5 hands, the call is not in order. I do now. Call is in order. Senators will be in their seats, and the Sergeant at Arms will close the doors.
Sullentrop.
Having been satisfied that the location is ascertained, the call is raised. Further explanation of votes? Further changes? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. 31 having voted in favor and 8 against the passage of SB 40, this measure having reached its constitutional majority is hereby declared passed. Chair recognizes the Assistant Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. I move the Senate resolve itself into a committee of the whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of general orders.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Chair appoints the Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner, to preside over the committee of the whole.
The Senate, having resolved itself into the committee of the whole, will now consider those items listed on the calendar under the heading of general orders. We'll now turn our attention to substitute for Senate Bill 267. The chair now recognizes the senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to start on, those of you that have the sheets, I will start on the blue sheet on page 1 and kind of explain through the bill and then stand for questions. On page 1, I would point out that Department of Revenue, there was a deletion of $66,000, all SGF. And it was for renegotiation on cellular phone bills. And also the state vehicle maintenance and vehicle fuel expense and office supplies. It was $6,000 for the phones, $10,000 for the vehicle maintenance, $20,000 for the office or the vehicle fuel expense, and $30,000 for office supplies. Moving down, Department of Commerce. We added language authorizing transfer of monies from SGF to the Kansas Bioscience Authority. And the account was up to the amount necessary. We're also leaving in that account an amount necessary to meet any future obligations. So that was language that was added. We deleted $1.3 million, all from the Kansas Bioscience Authority grant commitments account to SGF. The deletion will leave $100,000 in the account to continue the settlements on the obligations for KBA. There's no changes on Department of Health. Department of Aging and Disabilities added $25.1 million, including $9 million SGF to provide a 5% increase in the provider reimbursement rates for the Medicaid home and community-based service intellectually developmental disabled waiver. We also draw down $16 million from the all funds from the federal government. Department of Corrections added $21 million. This is from the evidence-based juvenile programs account. The governor had swept the $42 million. The committee decided to add $21 million back in. Page 2. Highway Patrol, the committee decided to not fund aircraft at this time and did agree to retain $700,000 for the forward-looking infrared radar. Also added language that the patrol used the KHP Training Academy. On the agriculture, added $30,000 for the Quivira National Wildlife Refuge. Other adjustments, decided to pay the total amount on the pooled money investment board, $132 million, rather than paying that over a period of time. Moving down to the bottom of the page, juvenile branch added $200,000, all from the permanent families account, family and children investment fund, for a court-appointed special advocate for CASA programs, and transferred the amount from the Kansas Endowment for Youth Key Fund to the permanent families account for fiscal year 2022, eliminated 70 FTE positions. Page 3. Department of Revenue deleted $12,000, all SGF, for the cellular phones. Department of Commerce added language authorizing the transfer of money from the SGF to the Kansas Bioscience Authority grant. Department of Health and Environment added $2.5 million, all SGF, for community-based primary care grants. Added $1.5 million, all SGF, for local health departments. Added language to raise the minimum provided to each of the 100 local health departments under the statutory formula distribution contained in ks.gov/242 for fiscal year 2022 from 7,000 to 12,000. Added $150,000, all SGF, for school-based health preventative services. Added $140,000, all SGF, for Lyme disease recognition and treatment. Added language requiring hospitals and physicians be paid at the Medicaid rate established in fiscal 2021 until the first calendar quarter following approval by the Federal Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services of the Health Care Access Improvement Program Hospital Provider Assessment Rate Adjustment as passed and amended by the 2020 Legislature. Also added language requiring the Kansas Department of Health and Environment to reimburse entities that have entered into an agreement with the above agency and are providing community testing to the general public with special revenue funds. Moving down to the bottom, Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services added $31 million, including $12.4 million SGF to continue the 5% increase in the provider reimbursement rates for the Medicaid home and community-based services, intellectually developmental disabled, HCBS, and IDD waiver, and provided an additional 2% increase for fiscal year 2022. Added $3 million, all SGF, for the National 988 phone number, which deals with youth suicide. Added $1 million, all SGF, for Ember Hope in Newton, Kansas. These are PRTF pilot programs. Add $25 million, including $10 million SGF, to provide a $10 increase for the daily reimbursement rate for nursing facilities for fiscal year 2022. I would also note that that also draws down $15 million from the federal government. Page 4, added $6.4 million, including $2.6 SGF for the Medicaid home community-based technical assistance waiver. Added language directing this funding to be used to increase the provider reimbursement rates for the specialized medical care T1000 service code and the current rate of $31.55 per hour adjusted to $37 per hour. Added $2 million all SGF for community mental health center grants. Added $250,000 all SGF for substance abuse disorder grants. Adopted GBA number 2 to add $20 million, including $8 million SGF for additional funding for the Medicaid home and community-based service brain injury waiver services. Added $2.4 billion, including $910 million SGF and 286 FTE positions. This is the combination of the ERO. Also, there was a delete of the same $2.4 billion, including $910 million SGF for the 286 FTEs. We're not approving the ERO, so added it in and took it back out. There was also another GBA number 1 that restored resources for the closed beds at Larner State Hospital. Board of Regents, mentioned right up front, there's nothing on the sheet, but the committee is going to look at Senate Bill 155 at omnibus. Realize that the tech and community colleges have provided those services and should be paid. We're going to look at that at omnibus, see if there are any opportunities with relief funds. Board of Regents, we deleted $10.3 million all SGF for the pay plan. All pay plans were taken off, and we will look at the pay plans on a global look at omnibus. Added $10.3 million all SGF for the capital renewal initiative in 2022. And then we added part of the cuts that higher ed had received. We are restoring approximately $25 million, just a little under. If you look at your sheets, you can see which each university will receive of the $25 million. So I won't spend much time on that. The Department of Education add $148 million, all SGF for the local budget option. For the USD 499 Galena to calculate on their LOB for the current year. They had a large taxpayer that is no longer going to be on the tax roll there, and so this will allow them to try to smooth that out over the next 2 to 3 years. So that's why that's in there. Deleted $183.2 million, which is the foundation aid from Gannon. We're going to push that off to omnibus, see if there are any options there as far as relief funds. Also deleted 52.8 on the high density at risk, also to omnibus. Department of Agriculture, there's on the Department of Agriculture, I'll touch on these, but it's basically just moving some funds around. There is a small cut, but if you follow along, we added 30,000 all SGF for the Quivira National Wildlife Refuge, 60,000 for a grain inspector, 25,000 for the swine population, feral swine, add 250,000 for the state water fund, added 50,000 to retire irrigation water rights. Page 6. Added 50,000 for the mobile drip irrigation. We also had added $425,000, all SGF, for the state fair to allow them to start hiring folks for the fair coming up. And they're planning on hiring 600 seasonal employees. Since then, the LCC had approved $1,200,000. So at conference, we'll look at removing this $425,000 because of the additional funding that was just added. The water office added $60,000 for the Arbuckle group formation, deleted $100,000 for the water technology farms, deleted $310,000 from the watershed conservation practices. So as I mentioned, shifting those water projects around actually spent less than we had prior. The state employee plan was also moved to omnibus. We'll look at that at omnibus. The capers added $177.3 million, including $158.7 million SGF for reamortization. We are not going to do the reamortization. The committee decided they didn't want to go that route. It would cost approximately $5 billion to reamortize. So if you look at the numbers for 2022, the state general fund, we are lower by $55,210,000 than the governor's proposal. The all funds is higher. It went to $274 million. However, $177 million of that is from the capers not being reamortized. So if you take that off, and then we added approximately $68 million for the social service budgets, which I went through. It gets that pretty low when you start backing out the things that we did put in and eliminated. Then in 2023, it just shows also the help for the Galena School District, USD 499, $90,000 to help them through that year 2023. Also, it shows the Gannon and the high density at risk being pushed off to omnibus. I think I touched on pretty much the highlights. I think with that, I would stand for questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there questions for the senator from Sherman? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment.
Have you turned it in?
I have.
And what is the number?
1746.
brief enough. Thank you.
Senator, did you want to explain your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd be glad to. For many of you, this is not a new topic. In fact, this chamber passed it overwhelmingly last session. We had legislation that would require scrap metal dealers to pay a $1,000 fee a year and to be fingerprinted. Some were paying the fee, and there wasn't a database or system that existed, so this amendment would reimburse them for that time frame that they paid in, and the system did not exist.
Are there any questions on the amendment? Senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would view this as a friendly amendment. The good senator from Lynn had found money in the budget to take care of this, so I think it's something we passed last year in the bill, and so I would consider it a friendly amendment.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This has been quite a journey with the scrap metal issue, and I appreciate the senator from Lynn for bringing it up, and I support this amendment.
Are there any other questions on the amendment? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And while I might support this amendment, I just want to ask about the rules. Is this have some kind of a pay-go situation in effect? I just want to know how we're operating on the budget, whether pay-go is in effect here and whether this would apply on this particular bill or amendment.
On this particular amendment, Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is pay-go in effect, and I found the portion that deals with this is $1.3 million that I found, and we're going to use up less than $200,000 of that $1.3 million. That is not an invitation for everybody to go find money to spend that $1.1 million. We would like to leave that in the SGF.
Senator from Leavenworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any other questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The good senator from Sedgwick is correct. We have heard this topic many times, and yes, I do have tenacity on this issue. With that, I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The amendment carries. We are back on the bill. Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have another amendment.
I'm assuming you've turned it in. Could you please share the number?
Yes, it's 1757.
Thank you. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, would you like to explain your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would. This is to lift the moratorium that was placed under the previous 2 administrations ago, and I would like to see more hospital beds available at our mental health facilities.
Are there any questions on the amendment? Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The good senator from Lynn did ask about this, and I just leave it to the will of the body.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, again, am, so what's the cost connected to this addition to the budget? If the good senator would answer that, please.
She will. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you. If you read the amendment, it says no expenditure shall be made above the agency monies.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out how this affects the budget that we are currently on. So if I'm looking at the right one on page, you said 142. I must have a not updated copy of the budget. But so within the current budget proposal, you're saying within funds, but there must be some sort of shift going on within those funds.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, actually, I've been working with the administration. I've reached out and asked if we could lift the moratorium. I heard not through the administration, but through the grapevine that they needed legislation. They were working on a bill, and so I'm helping them out. This would lift the moratorium for 2022 and 23.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty, do you have another question?
Well, I actually sat on this subcommittee, and as we had this presentation made, I know that was the moratorium they're hoping to have it lifted, but it hasn't been lifted yet. So is the good senator saying that that's occurred, or she's anticipating it's going to occur?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would lift the moratorium.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
I didn't know that we legislatively had the power to lift the moratorium.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty, is that a question?
Yes, it is a question.
Okay. Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We give the moratorium, we created the moratorium through statute, through legislative authority, and therefore we have the authority to lift the moratorium.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. Could the senator from Lynn then go into the explanation of why we imposed a moratorium in the first place?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If she would remember, under 2 previous administrations ago, the moratorium was put in place. There were issues with CMS inspections and other issues, and as a result, they put on a moratorium to get the fire under control. The fire needs to be, as far as I'm concerned, we're 2-3 years later, Madam Chair, and we need to absolutely lift that moratorium. This is a major issue. You may not realize it with your districts, but with law enforcement, it is critical that they have a place to go in order to take these patients. They do not have the facilities or the capacity to handle individuals, and so therefore we have the state hospitals. We need as many beds as possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would agree with the senator from Lynn that we need beds, but some of our critical access hospitals are addressing some of this, and some of the within the areas are providing some access. And really, what we've heard was that in many cases, people want access closer to where they are, and not to have to transport in the distance. It is difficult after you've worked on these budgets to look at something to be introduced at the last minute and
being said that it's not going to cost anything, but it does have an impact for having the staff available and the facilities and the necessary. So there is cost that's involved with this.
Senator Lynn, Senator Tyson, did you want to respond? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just wondering if the senator from Lynn could share if she knows how many licensed beds we have available at Osawatomie.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you. Currently, Madam Chair, I think it's approximately 145. This could get us up to 160, 170 easily.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Okay, and I think that 145 is involuntary, and I believe the state is required to serve those individuals. So if those beds are full with involuntary, and you want to get up to, I'm sorry, I didn't write the number down, 160 some beds, and those beds aren't available yet because they're not licensed beds yet, it's going to take money to get those beds up to the licensed level in order to serve the voluntary patients. So my question is, I'm trying to understand how we open more beds without more money.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is CARES money coming in and other money that's going to be available, and it would make perfect sense with what we have faced the last year that we increase the capacity for mental health treatment, especially under the pandemic conditions.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Well, I certainly don't know exactly how that money is going to be spent yet because I'm not sure if the rules have been written yet, but I agree, I don't disagree that we will have more money for mental health, just not sure how we can access that. And so that'd be my concern, Madam Chair. I just want to let this body know, because we do have a lot of new people. We had an interim last year, and it was on the modernization of mental health. And we had a bill come across the floor that had to do with getting the behavioral health folks to work with the mental health folks. But in addition to that, in the last couple of years, one of the things that the legislative body has asked that the agency do is provide regional beds across the state. The purpose of this is a lot of times people just need some short-term bed respite to get through their crisis. And they are better served if they have these short-term beds closer to home where their families can help them. The long-term goal of this is once we figure out how we can serve those individuals and how effectively we can serve those individuals in the region, that long-term we'll be able to figure out how many long-term beds we need. And this is an issue that we've been dealing with Osawatomie for some time. We have fixed up some of those beds on that campus. It's cost us a great deal of money. But at some point in time in the future, we want to figure out how many we need, which will include what the senator from Lynn wants. So I think we all want some voluntary beds available for those people in need. So I will just caution, I don't know how much this is going to cost, and I don't know how we can spend that CARES Act money. I certainly think we need to continue to look at this, but I'm not so sure we're ready for prime time in the budget today, but certainly can continue. I think we'll know more at Omnibus as well. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, did you want to respond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll save it for closing.
Are there any other questions on the amendment? Seeing none, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're more than past ready for prime time. This has gone on for years. It is a priority, in fact, a hot priority after what has happened with the pandemic. It was quite disappointing that money was not issued with the original CARES Act to the Osawatomie State Hospital and other hospitals. And I would also say that it doesn't appear to be a priority for this administration because we don't see a bill. We're almost finished with regular session. And when we had the vaccine priorities, Osawatomie State Hospital and other hospitals were not even on the list for vaccines. Now, that's not somebody that's putting it as a priority to the state. I am making it a priority. I understand that we need beds in locals. We don't want to be driving across the street, across the state for those beds. But we don't have that capacity or those units right now available. So the best that we can do to get this up to speed quickly is to make the beds available. The buildings are there, the facility's there. They've been working with CMS. They had the Adair building. There's other issues here. We can absolutely do this. We have to make it a priority. And by passing this proviso in the budget, it does make it a priority. So I ask that you join me in supporting the mental health hospitals and getting this moratorium lifted. You're not only supporting your mental health hospitals, you're supporting your local law enforcement and others in your schools and others too with this piece of legislation. Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion carries. Yes?
I have another amendment.
I'm sorry. I did not hear you. Division, please. Division has been called, so all those in favor, please stand. Thank you. Those opposed, please stand. Thank you. The vote was 22 aye, 11 nay. The amendment passes. We are back on the base bill, and the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, has another amendment. What is the number?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's 1735.
I just didn't vote. You don't think so? I don't either. I just stand.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, would you like to explain your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will. There is no fiscal note associated to this on spending. However, we passed legislation in 2016, I'm pretty sure it was, that would require performance-based budgeting. I've studied this, I've looked at it. I spent many hours last night looking at different states that do a performance-based budget. We are in no means fulfilling those requirements in statute. So what this amendment would do is spell out that each department and agency has to do a performance-based budget, and it lists those specifications, and if they do not follow it, they will automatically be reduced 2% of their budget for the years 22, and if they do not complete it in 23 for the next year, it will reduce their budget another 2%. The exclusion on this is the regents. They have guidelines that they can follow that are outside of the parameter of a performance-based budget currently in statute. With that, I'd stand for questions.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Bollinger, do you have a question?
No, I don't have a question. I just still reading.
Okay. Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Was this introduced as a separate bill this session, or has it had a hearing in a committee?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
This is a budget bill that we're working, and so this is an amendment to force agencies and departments to follow the law.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I will say no, this was not introduced and it did not have a hearing in committee.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
It was not introduced, but every budget that came before me in a committee heard me speak of how they are not following the specifications that are currently in law. So yes, the bill did have a hearing and it passed overwhelmingly when it originally passed. Now the 2% penalty is new.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Okay, you said this was not introduced. You just used this as you were looking at specific budgets, but this was not, that has not had a hearing on budgets.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
I will restate, this passed overwhelmingly, and I think the original year was 2016. It has not been followed since. We do not pass laws just to make ourselves feel good. We need to put some teeth in that legislation.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger, did you have a question on the amendment?
No, I do not.
Okay. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and yes, I do have a question. I'm looking at the amendment that we were provided, and I would ask the Senator from Lynn, on page 2, number 2, line number 2, you talk about the division of post audit. So the division, if I haven't had time to read the whole thing, but will the division of post audit have to review every state agency's budget annually?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Division of Post-Audit will be the gatekeeper, if you will. When I was putting this together, I thought about using the Division of Budget and Reporting. Those are all agencies and departments that report to the administration, and the administration is not following the law. So I thought a neutral entity in order to look and make sure that the law is being followed.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, but I still did not hear the answer. So the division, as you referred to the division of post audit as the gatekeeper, but again, my question is, would the division of post audit have to review every state agency's budget annually? That should be a yes or no answer.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
So that I will take that silence as the answer yes. And our post audit has, I mean,
Point of order.
Senator Lynn, Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. She never asked if I would stand for a question, and her sarcasm was uncalled for on the floor. I'm sorry, Madam Chair, just a little touchy-feely today, and just wanted to make that clear.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty, would you like to re-ask your question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought I did ask a question. I asked the question, I think twice, about whether the Division of Post Audit would have to review every state budget annually.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
She didn't ask if I'd stand for a question.
Okay, Madam Chair.
The chair will make this ruling. We did begin when I did call. The chair did recognize the senator from Wyandotte. She started with Asking if she could ask the carrier of the amendment a question, and then the questions continued. So the carrier of the amendment has been asked a question, and so would the carrier of the amendment like to respond to the question?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will, and I apologize, I missed that. So I apologize to the senator from Wyandotte. I missed that, and yes, they would have to look, they are legislative post-audit, they would have to look at the budgets. Is this an increase in a burden on them? Yes, it is, but it would be a very simple check because you could quickly see if the parameters were included within the budget, which you could easily do with the budgets that were presented to us. And I draw your attention, Madam Chair, to the listed items. Example, the programs. We did not receive a budget that was presented with each of the programs listed. They did not state why those programs existed, whether they were federal funding or state funding. And the breakdown of such, like I said, I looked at several states. I could easily see, especially Texas, it was probably one of the best examples. So it wouldn't take legislative post-audit very long to determine whether these standards or these specifications are being followed.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I guess I would have to disagree with the lady from the senator from Lynn. I don't sit on post-audit, but I know that that post-audit has a number of audits they can do each year within their budget, and they only have a certain amount of flexibility to add. This adds every department to be reviewed annually. I personally could not say the amount of time that it would take to go through the list that we see, I think, on page 3. But I'm going to assume that it would take a certain amount of time, which does cost money and I would assume that if post-audit were here, they would talk about them, or if they had made a presentation to one of the subcommittees in Ways and Means, they would have talked about the manpower involved to do this kind of work. So, and then at the same time, this, as I noticed, that this, begins on or before November 15th of 2021, and that would be impacting all departments immediately, and then we're talking about a 2% lapse in every department's budget if they haven't conformed within that first, well, they would have to start their conformance almost immediately in order to be able to meet the specifications, which again impacts every department. So if we're talking about something that's fiscally neutral and in addition to this budget, I myself cannot see how this amendment does not cost. Even though there's not a price tag directly attached to it, it does speak to a big change in what we're asking post-audit to do. I see it as being the kind of thing that does require a hearing and ability for not only departments, but for post-audit to come forward and talk about the ramifications it has for the operation of our state.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, did you choose to respond?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. There were several statements made. One is I am new to legislative post-audit, and if we get this amendment on, I will be making this request as one of the major audits that they do throughout the year. So it will not be an additional work. That will go in the queue and be decided upon. Hopefully it'll be one of them that occurs. The other thing is, Madam Chair, why are we here? Why are we here if we are passing legislation that we do not expect people to follow? I'll save my comments for later.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I commend the senator for bringing this forward. I'm a believer that performance-based metrics are something that can accelerate our government's performance for sure, but I know that I took this to heart last year in the House on a subcommittee, and we really had a hard time defining metrics and goals in each of the different divisions that made sense. Not that it's a bad process, but it needs exploration. And I really think that we can make this work. However, I encourage you not to support this amendment at this time, but that we instead look at how we can make the performance-based metrics work for our state government, work for the people of Kansas, so that we do have meaning up here, so that we are doing the things that we say we're going to do as an administration, no matter who's in the administration, because we have seen different time periods where that wasn't happening. And so while I support the underlying metrics, the 2% penalty on agencies every year that they don't meet their individual goals and the burden on the audit, post-audit, they give me pause, and they might be the right mechanism, but they might not be. And I think that we shouldn't decide this on the floor in a half-an-hour decision because it can have a major impact on our state government. So I hope we do pursue this, but in the future, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, did you choose to respond?
Absolutely. 2016, I'm verifying this, but I'm pretty sure it was 2016 is when we passed the original legislation on performance-based budget. 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. Here we are, 2021, and it is still not being accomplished. And yes, we need to start the conversation on the matrix. What a great way to do it. You put a fiscal note that it's going to impact their budget. We're going to get the administration's attention, and we're going to start getting a budget where we can actually look for duplicate programs, where we can find efficiencies and find ways to save the taxpayers' money.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to speak up in support of this amendment, because we, prior Senates, have had the discussion on performance-based budgets. It's been vetted, it's been voted on, it's been passed. What was failed to be done at that time was a penalty put upon the agencies for not following the law. I assume that they anticipated that the agencies would follow the law. So all we're doing is completing the scenario to where now they have to do what they were told to do a long time ago. It's just completion of the statute. Thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm remembering that the Department of Agriculture presented the subcommittee for Ways and Means, I believe, a performance-based budgeting document. It took them some time to put that together. I think they did quite a good job. They were hoping to get it done in less than a year, but I think it was the second year that they presented it to our subcommittee. So I have, my concerns with this amendment is I'm not sure that it's reasonable to ask for the timeline with that penalty because we, as a legislature, have not brought this up before. But my question for the senator from Lynn, if she would stand for it, would be how does this timeline work with the governor's budget process? Certainly, agencies are submitting budgets to the governor My understanding is that those may be submitted as early as July. So I don't see how that might fit in, or I'm just asking how that would fit in with the governor's budget process.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It would fit in with the governor's process in the sense that they've had 5 years now, at least, to start looking at this and to start following the law. I'm glad the senator from Douglas brought that up. I was actually the person on the subcommittee in the budget subcommittee for agriculture that asked the Department of Agriculture if they would do a zero-based budget. The secretary was more than happy to do a zero-based budget because she said she was already doing it. Well, she found out very quickly that she was not. But she brought us an excellent example of a zero-based budget, and that kicked off the conversation. Instead of forcing all the agencies and departments to do a zero-based budget, because currently we do a baseline for those of you that don't know. We start from the previous year's budget and go up from there. So what the compromise was a performance-based budget. And as I said, it passed overwhelmingly. It's been in the books, it's been on the books, and it just makes sense to start enforcing it.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate those reminders and agree with the comments from the Senator from Lynn. Yes, it was a zero-based budget. I thought it was helpful. I just want to make sure that if we're asking agencies to submit their budgets by October 1st, that they've had that time. I mean, they're going to be doing something in July. How does it change between July and this date of October? Would the information be public at that time because it's presented to legislative post-audit, or would that information wait until the governor presents her budget? So that would be a question.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It would be when the governor presents her budget that these would be due. And Madam Chair, I would, it should be obvious, but maybe not, that our departments and agencies should know what the program is. They should already know this. They should know what the funding is from that program, be it state, federal, other funds. They should know a majority of this already. It's just we don't see it as legislators in the format that we currently receive the budget. So it's not that difficult to pull some of this together. In fact, I would hope that a majority of this information already exists within the department or the agency. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I think we should be looking at what kind of information we're asking for. I'm, again, confused because I think if post-audit has to do its work by November 15th, and then none of that information is going to be shared with the legislature until sometime in January, that we have created some deadlines that will be hard to meet and unnecessary. So I would be much more amenable if this program or this amendment was starting in 2022 and not this current summer. Thank you.
Are there any further questions on the amendment? You may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry.
I would yield to the senator from Wyandotte.
I'm sorry, I did not see the senator from Wyandotte. Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I thought since the senator from Lynn had mentioned when this legislation had been passed, or when she thought it was passed. And since I was carrying materials from Ways and Means, I started looking through and did and can verify that, yes, legislation was passed in 2016. It was House Bill 2739, but it outlined a 3-year process. Not every year, a 3-year process for agency to develop and implement their system of performance budgeting. So so I wanted to share that with the body and the senator from Lynn. And so those that, and many committees this year in the Senate were involved in the budget process. And so if you set, for example, on education, you had the Department of Education budget, and that happened in other committees. So those committees did have an opportunity to look at the performance measures that have been laid out by, in this case, I'm looking at the Department for Children and Family. So I'm looking at this, and there is listed the governor's recommendation, the actual for these performance measures. So my question would be to the senator from Lynn, since there are these performance measures, then how is it being determined what the performance level is that's being judged for each department?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That would be a box for the legislative post-audit to check whether it was completed or not. And, you know, it did pass. I've got the statute in front of me if anybody wants to look. It's 75-3718B. And it did pass in 2016. It looks like there might have been a change in 18. But the original legislation said that we would start this process by January 9th of 2017. It didn't happen. There's other dates in here. The performance-based budget system to be completed on or before January 14th, 2019. Didn't happen. 2 years later. We've got to have some teeth in this legislation before any administration is going to start following it. And that's what this amendment does. It brings the teeth.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm a little confused by what, okay, this amendment has a 2% penalty, but if we all had the time to look at it, the departments are using performance measures and they are providing information about them. So I'm trying to understand, is the senator from Lynn questioning what we had presented today, or is the fact that we should all have packets with performance measures? Or is it just that we want to create another level of bureaucracy within the government that many people say has too much bureaucracy as it is?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, the senator's arguments are somewhat contradictory in the sense that she argued against the 2% cut, but she feels like they're fulfilling their statutory obligation. So if they are fulfilling their obligation, by her standards, they wouldn't be in fear of losing any 2% funding. However, I would say they are not fulfilling their obligation, and I want an independent set of eyes looking at it, helping us set those parameters. This is to help all Kansans. We continue to have out-of-control budget increases over and over again. In fact, there's a great graph that Legislative Research puts out. It shows expenditures versus, people call it revenues, but let's call it what it is, taxes collected. And often, at times, we tend to exceed what the taxes are to be collected. I would just like, as a legislator, to be able to dig in and have this data, this information available so that we can create a more efficient state government.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I applaud the senator from Lynn for thinking that, looking for efficiencies. And I do believe that our departments are doing that at all the times. In fact, the governor this year asked every department to reduce their budgets that they turned in because she was looking for efficiencies and looking for a fiscally sound budget. We, as a legislature now, have a budget in front of us that we have inflated to, with 72 million in the hole. So we also have a responsibility, but the reality is, it's not that our departments are not doing it. It sounds like that in some ways there is a feeling or there's a reflection in this legislation that it needs to be done in a different way. And because there's a belief that's about, there's a concern about the way it's being done based on the legislation from 2016, that now, in order that it be done a way that some might expect, that every department should be penalized based on I'm not sure what. I think we're being, as the senator from Leavenworth said, this is something that should be looked at in depth in committee, and then it might actually be able to move forward. But we're right now making very drastic decisions about how we treat our departments that already made cuts this year in areas, and then we made decisions to put some of that money back in. We right now have not included within our budget any employee pay increases. We're going to look at that in omnibus. So this has a price tag. Let's not be delusional about it. This has a price tag. I don't know what the price tag is, but I do know it has a price tag attached to it. And we should have a fiscal note, and we don't. So I would encourage the body not to accept this amendment.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, did you choose to respond? Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm not going to support this amendment, and I've been thinking about this for a little bit here. I've said on legislative post-audit for quite a while, there's going to be a fiscal impact. There's only a handful of audits that get approved every year. I would like to know what that fiscal note's going to be and how many hours this is going to take. Also, I kind of want to know what the parameters are going to be or how we're going to measure this. Because I remember just a few years ago, we had problems in El Dorado getting people to work in the correctional facilities. And I can't afford to take 2% from our correctional budget and have a reduced budget because we don't know the performance measures that we're measuring against. Also, the same way with the troopers. I think she's got a great starting here, but I don't think it's completely thought through. So I think we need to, maybe take this back to committee, this amendment, work on it. I think it's got the possibility, but I think there's too many what ifs, and there's parts of the state we can't cut 2%, or you're going to cut needs of the prisons, law enforcement, the things we need, and so I can't support this amendment. I urge the body not to. Thank you.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, do you choose to respond? Are there any additional questions on the amendment? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Why are we here? Why are we here if we pass legislation in 2016 that is not being enforced? What does it take? They say send it back, create a bill. I asked if I could amend the budget in committee, and they said no. It would have to be either in the Ways and Means Committee, which I do not sit, or across the floor. So that's what I'm choosing to do, across the floor. And it has been thought out, Madam Chair. It has been thoroughly thought out. In fact, I probably spent 6 hours again on it yesterday evening to do my checks and balances to make sure that this was attainable. It absolutely is attainable. They just have to choose to do it. So we have an administration and apparently people who think that they're above the law or that they don't have to follow the law. Of course you might think that if you watch what's going on in our borders. It's ridiculous. I ask the body to support this amendment. I ask you to bring some teeth so that when the administration presents their budget next year, we will have the information that we need. It has been fully vetted. It was vetted in 2016. With that, Madam Chair, I move my amendment.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Division has been requested. Those that I'm not seeing enough hands. I'm now seeing enough hands for roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner.
Aye.
Billinger. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fagg. Fauskado. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbein. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Heck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Heil. Reichman. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? The clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
I wish to explain my vote. Thank you, Madam Chair. A vote yes sends a loud message, a loud and clear message that you have to follow the law. Otherwise, the administration, why not any of us, can pick and choose which laws we choose to adhere to. That's not how our founding fathers established our government. That's not who we are. I vote yes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other explanations of vote? The clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. With 18 voting in favor and 16 voting against, the motion carried. We are now back on the bill. Senator from Riley, Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have an amendment, but before I do that, I would like to ask a quick question of the carrier of the bill, the senator from Sherman, and then make a few comments to set up my amendment. And with your permission, I'll start with a question.
Let's start with the question. Thank you.
Thank you. If Senator from Sherman will take my question. During the presentation of the budget, on the blue sheet on page 5 on education funding, I thought I heard you say under Department of Education, $148 million for Galena on their local option budget, and I wanted to verify if that was correct or if there's a typo on the amount that's in there.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, the senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, 148,000.
Thank you very much. And I apologize to the senator from Cherokee. I know he thought he was getting a large amount of money for one of his school districts. And I just wanted to make sure he hadn't sent that email out yet. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank our chair from Sherman, our vice chair from Saline, the members of Ways and Means that did the arduous task of putting this budget together. We added other committees that also did, I think, great work. I found it interesting that in general, we agreed with the governor's budget recommendations. There are a few things that cause me concern as I think about it and look at the budget, even though I'm probably personally happy with some of the things we funded. But we did add $56.7 million of new funding in there for some things that were in KDAD, social services, brain injury, higher ed, IDD, et cetera. We did not include some of the governor's budget relief tools. And I think we have a budget, if it is not for a fairly generous interpretation of federal rules with the new CARES funding or ARP, whatever we call the latest one, that it's not a sustainable budget from the resources we have beyond the one-time money. I'm hopeful that that one-time money will actually be used. But as I look at the budget, and if you want to follow along in your books, page 5 on the blue sheet, page 5 on the green sheets, and page, or goldenrod, we have a new sheet that has a slightly different interpretation on Department of Education, and page 51 on the red sheets in your background material. But the concern I have is generally that one of the things we did in our budget Ways and Means meeting last Thursday was hoping for CARES money, and we cut our educational budget. And that was $183.2 million out of LOB, and the state foundation aid, and $52.8 million out of at-risk. And you'll see that on those sheets if you look at that. That totaled roughly $236 million for 22. The impact on that's $332.9 million for 2023. That really puts us, in my mind, in a difficult position. I'm certainly willing to look at this issue at omnibus, but I would like to flip it so that we don't cut that money out of the budget. And in fact, when I look at the profile sheet that research did for us, it shows us with a $78.2 million negative budget at the end of 2022. And that is concerning to me. It does have Senate Bill 22 in here in that profile, which was, roughly $478.3 million in terms of the tax cuts in Senate Bill 22. But I think we put ourselves in a difficult position if we don't fund, as the Gannon decision said we would, and as we promised in our school funding bill several years ago, to fund our schools. So with that introduction, I would like, I always forget whether I have to move my amendment or if I introduce it, Madam Chair. Do I just tell you what it is and then?
You need to say that you have an amendment.
Oh, I do. I still have an amendment. Thank you.
And I ask you, have you turned it in?
Yes, I have.
What is the number?
The number, it's long, but I'll give you the last 4 digits, 1762.
We will distribute at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it is rather long, and I'm willing to explain it again a little more briefly than I did in my intro.
Down here. Senator from Riley, Senator Hawk, would you like to explain your amendment?
Yes, I would. It's rather long, and I've been trying to read it for the last hour to make sure they did what I hoped they would, and I've checked with the reviser, and they have done that. Essentially, it's putting the Department of Ed money back in the budget instead of deleting it. But I'm still in agreement with my chair and Ways and Means that we ought to look at omnibus if there are federal funds available. It's my understanding that we are in a difficult situation if we specify the CARES money this time, or I think there's another name for it. What is it? Well, it's American Rescue Program, but ESER 2 or 3, whichever it is on that might be used. So we really don't know. So essentially, this is saying do that, but we'll still look at it. I'm still hopeful that we'll have some good budget options, but I don't want to get us into a situation where we're back in court. So essentially, this long bill or amendment does that, and it just reverses what we did, puts that money in, but we would still be looking at it at omnibus. I would gladly stand for questions.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to ask the senator from Riley if he did not receive the updated profile.
Yes.
Senator from Riley, Senator Hawk.
Thank you. Yes, I just received this maybe 5 minutes ago, and I noticed that it does not have the tax bill in it, so it has a much healthier balance at the end of that, which I think actually would be a good argument to put the money back in for education, for the at-risk, the LOB, and the state foundation aid.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, this is a profile on current law. There has been some tax debate, but nothing has passed and made it to the governor for her signature. So current law, we do have an ending balance of almost 400 million.
Senator from Riley, Senator Hawk, did you want to respond?
No, thank you very much, Senator from Sherman.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could I ask the senator from Riley a clarifying question?
You may.
You mentioned that this would put the money back in for education, but then that you also agreed with the chair to look again at omnibus. And I'm just curious if the purpose, so if essentially if we put this back in and do this amendment, and then we re-look at the omnibus during omnibus, does that mean that we would be increasing the amount at omnibus or adding, it'd be in addition to what we're already putting back in? What were your thoughts on that?
Thank you. Senator from Riley, Senator Hawk.
My thoughts is we would accomplish the very same thing I think we intended, but I didn't realize when I supported the amendment to delete the funds that could put us into quite a precarious position. Last year, we didn't know that we wouldn't come back to do an omnibus bill. We don't know what might happen relative to that. And so by putting that money back in, if at omnibus we find out that the rules are clearer from the feds on the ESSER funds, then we might be able to use those. There's a big question right now because we don't have that guidance. And there's also a question in terms of using those funds, whether that violates maintenance of effort and some other kinds of things, even putting them in place of what we are obligated to do through the Gannon decision. So I think this gives us more flexibility, and it guarantees that we have actually met our legal obligation to the Supreme Court. We won't get back into court over this. And in fact, there are several bodies, the State School Board Association being one, that are very concerned about us taking this money out. So I think this is more of a win-win solution than deleting the money, putting it back in. We have the new profile that Senator from Sherman shared with us, so we can do that.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I do rise in opposition to this amendment. I get it, and there's a little bit of a chicken and an egg deal we talked about a lot in caucus, but the very fact, Senator Ryder, I think, nailed it on the head with, there's a lot of questions. That's the comment. There's a lot of questions. That is absolutely true. This last stimulus bill, we don't even have the rules and regs finished on it yet. Contemplating another $130 billion going into K-12 nationwide, of which now I've heard different figures, but somewhere near $1 billion, $750 million to $1 billion, adding on top of the $370 million that was in the December bill, adding on top of the $100 million or so that was in the August bill. So we don't know what applies. We really don't understand fully what that looks like. And so to go out and put this additional $236 million state dollars in. Now keep in mind, when that $236 million was inserted, we had not contemplated COVID. Now you're looking at $1 billion plus. I understand we're going to say there's strings and but we don't know these rules. We don't know what that allows. And so this would be akin to committing to pay a bill that you don't know that you need, and it's so much harder. The hurdle to back up on that is so much higher, and we're literally talking about pushing to omnibus, meaning we want more information, and that's never a bad thing. We want more information. All these things that are used as kind of a concern or a scare tactic is that, well, we might have a maintenance of effort issue, we might have this, we might have that. Truth is, we don't know. And we don't know what the flexibility is in this latest one, even more. So there's nothing wrong with waiting until we do know, or at least have a better idea. I'm not convinced we'll know even then, but at that point we have to make a decision. And we will. We'll also have the revenues from March, the new consensus revenue in April. There's a whole host of information that's more. And so it would be, I think, unwise to handcuff ourselves to something to a large degree. And it's not that you can't back up. It's just much harder. And now we're only talking to, if you think about it, they're going to get $1 billion more from the feds in these latest bills. Now we're saying we must pile another $240 million on top of that and commit that now, knowing what that potentially does to the ending balance. And we are going to have to manage a cliff. This happened when we had the 2008 crash. I mean, there will be a drop-off cliff. And to pile this on now, without even knowing what the rules are, you're increasing the cliff. The possibility that we would have to come up with something new in those out years. So I hope we put this amendment down, we pass a budget. Keep in mind, we're getting into conference with the House. This is mega budget, and we're going to have the omnibus look. So I request that the body reject the amendment. Thank you.
Senator from Riley, Senator Hawk, did you choose to respond?
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Mr. President. I think we agree on omnibus. We don't agree with what kind of position we want to go in with. The Kansas State Department of Education actually does not believe that federal COVID funds for school districts can be reused to replace general fund aid and weightings, and that there's no mechanism to do that to replace in the school finance formula. I think it's a great idea to look at every option we can to effectively use the ESSER money or the CARES 3 money that's coming to us, along with the other bunch that we have. And I agree with the President. We definitely don't know exactly what the rules are. I just don't want to renege on our obligation that we have with State General Fund to finance our K-12 educational system. And so I feel better going into omnibus, having that already done and decided, and then being as clever and creative as we can possibly be to see if we can effectively use that money. There is no intent on my part, nor do I think there was on the Ways and Means Committee to add money to this in any way in particular, but it was just to make sure that our schools got funded. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to rise in support of this amendment, and I disagree with the Senator from Butler. I think by saying that we're going to use these federal dollars, which are one-time dollars, that is setting the cliff for this. We have faced litigation. We have finally gotten out of the courts, and part of that is by the high density at risk in this local option budget. So this needs to come out of our state budget, not federal one-time money. We already know that these federal funds cannot be used to plug these holes, and only the federal government can determine where those federal ESSER funds can go, not the legislature. So I ask that you protect our schools, keep us from reopening the Gannon case, and I know there's promises that we're going to put this money in one way or the other. One of those promises was broken because last week we had Senate Bill 173 that was extending the high density at risk student waiting, and we passed over that bill. It came out of the Education Committee with full support from the committee. So I ask that you support this amendment and keep us out of the courts.
Are there any further questions on this amendment? Yes, Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think particularly most of us, including myself, do support education. We always have and always will continue to. And I think we just kind of got a little difference of opinion here. We want to utilize all available federal funds that we can use. I mean, I think it's just prudent on our part to try to look at avenues to help fill in the SGF. Yes, it's one-time money. And I believe one-time money should be spent on one-time things. But I do believe at this particular time, if we can help with SGF, it's important to do that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would the senator from Sherman stand for a question?
Senator from Sherman, did you want to stand for question?
I'm standing.
Okay, you will.
So I do have a lot of respect for my chair of Ways and Means, but I did hear you just a moment ago, you made a comment about one-time money. And so am I to interpret that you believe that the high density weighting and the LOB are one-time funds?
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. No, I wasn't insinuating that. I apologize if that's the way you took that. I was talking about the utilizing of federal dollars. That's what I was talking about. And I know that some of these, depending on how you find them, may go on for years. That's the reason we wanted to put time between this and omnibus so we can figure out if there is availability to utilize these federal funds. Thank you.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. Well, I know that we do know that in the first ESSER 1 and ESSER 2 that those funds could not be used to manage ongoing expenses. There is very specific criteria, and that appears to be true for ESSER 3. And that's one of the reasons why I have asked in both Ways and Means and Public Health and Welfare to have presentations from the revisor's office about what we do know at this time concerning these funds, because I think it is important for us to understand the limitations. And one of the things that is clear already about the education funds is that it's not a pot of money. It is money that's going directly to school districts based on their Title I funding, or Title I designation. So, for example, one of my school districts, or actually all of my school districts, would receive a larger amount of funding because they have more Title I than, say, Johnson County School District would receive. This current, as is presently in the bill, and unfortunately this, I think, went on without a lot of thought or consideration as to the impact, but it makes a lot of sense to look at it in omnibus because we will have more time and more and clearer guidelines on the ESSER 3 funds. But as this currently is written, when it comes to the high density weighting, which is part of our school finance formula, which was approved by Gannon and is still being overseen by the courts, it would have an impact on 181 of our school districts. many of which have to be in your district. And in the case of my school districts, one of them would have an $8 million impact and another a $1 million impact. So it's not, it's a lot of money impacting what the school districts can do for those children that are most at need, and we're talking about high poverty. So I hope as you think about this, you keep that in mind, because that's 181 school districts that then have to consider how are they going to address these. These are not needs, as we know, that go away overnight. We're not going to cure poverty with one stroke of the pen, but we can continue to look for ways and help our school districts to address these needs as they've been doing, and these funds have been helping. So this is critical that we keep this in the budget, look at it in omnibus as the, which makes a lot of sense, just like we're looking at the pay increases in omnibus. But to strike it now and then put it back in is really a reverse and a very dangerous way to go. I stand in support of the amendment to move it to omnibus.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We have talked about having someone come in and go over the bill with us, and plan on having that discussion hopefully next week. I think it's important that we do find out what we might be able to use and utilize. And I would also say that we don't disagree on the 181 schools or anything else. I fully believe that we're going to fund them, and we need to fund them. It's just, how do we do it and when? That's the only disagreement we have. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any further questions on the amendment? Seeing none, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I also make a few comments before I move my amendment?
You may.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things that happens when we deleted this funding is that now this budget bill removes the high-density weighting factor proviso, and there's no mechanism in the bill to replace high-density aid, even if it was permitted by federal requirements. We also talked about ESSER aid is one-time emergency funding. It's not ongoing support. So the state would need to plan to replace those funds when they expire. I think we had some of those same plans back after the Great Recession, and that didn't work out so well, and school funding was reduced after that. So that's worst case scenario if we don't put it in. I think a vote to pass this amendment for me is more of a safe vote to make sure that our schools are funded. I agree with the chair from Sherman that we need to huddle up together and look at every way that we can effectively use the ESSER money in omnibus, and I'm hopeful that we'll find some ways to do that. I'm just not seeing that we know that we can do that yet. So I think the smart money is to put this back in now and then see what we can do at omnibus. So I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. I see enough hands for roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Bag. Balscado. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Reichman, Steffen, Straub, Sullentrop, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Let's see. Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Madam Chair, thank you. Can we get a preliminary count, please?
We're working on that. Current tally is 17 yay, 20 nay, and 1 pass. Does any senator wish to change their vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? The clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. With 17 voting in favor and 20 voting against, the motion fails. We are back on the bill. Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment, and the number is 1754.
Senator, would you like to explain your amendment?
Yeah, thank you. Very simply, and we, in the KEMA meetings last summer, Representative Patton, Chairman Patton, I made a request in committee, and the committee made a request to the Adjutant General's office after the Adjutant General had testified in committee about PPE supplies. And there were several of us that didn't realize, we wanted to know what that included. What is PPE? What all qualifies? And that's what this amendment is about. asking the Adjutant General to give us a report by, I think the date's January 1, 22, giving us a list of all PPE, the equipment and supplies, and the requester, and if there's a cost, to the state or whatever. Anyway, it's pretty self-explanatory, it's pretty simple, but that's what I'm asking for is a report so we can see what equipment qualifies, what is not, and where it went, and who requested. I'll stand for questions.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger, do you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I don't have a question on it. I think it looks like it doesn't add any cost to the budget, so I would leave it to the will of the body.
Are there any other questions or comments about the amendment? Seeing none, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Amendment carries. Thank you. I'm sorry.
I have another amendment, Madam Chair.
Well, I'm sorry. I saw someone else that had stood up at the same time as you had before, so I was going to call on them, but we'll stick with the senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have another amendment.
Could you please share the number?
Yeah, it's 1736. There, put my glass. Yeah, 1736. Which one is this?
Senator, did you want to explain your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe I will. This is basically an end to the statewide mask mandate. It ends the mask mandate on March the 31st, I believe, of 2021. Yes, March the 31st. After March 31st, 2021, basically, that's what I asked the reviser for, and this is what they wrote. But it calls for the end of the mask mandate on March 31st, and I'll stand for questions.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger, do you have a question?
I do not, Madam Chairman, and this is another one. I don't see it adding anything to the budget as far as costs, so I'll leave it to the will of the body. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
I'm just going to question germaneness.
At this time, we will stand at ease and convene the Rules Committee. Someone just fell down. The Senate President is appointing the Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to the committee in place of Senator Suellentrop. The body is now back in order. The body is now back in order. Germaneness was questioned. We now call on the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After careful review, the committee ruled that the amendment is germane.
We are now, thank you. We are now back on the amendment. Are there any other questions for the senator from Brown, Senator Pyle, on his amendment? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question for the senator from Brown, if he would stand for it.
Yes.
So what would happen if this bill that we're working on goes to conference and the conference committee takes some time, and it's not till sometime in April that the legislature takes action on our appropriations bill?
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the senator knows the answer, that we have no control over that. And so, you know, if the amendment goes on and this doesn't get to the governor's desk before that time period, then it's still hanging out there, and we know that. But I have constituents that have asked me, I mean, we all remember the first week of January when I tried to strike the enacting clause to try to end the emergency. Now again, here I am. I've got constituents. I met with some 2 weeks ago. I had some that wanted to meet last Sunday. They want something done about the mask mandate. And so I am doing my job, and I see this as an opportunity to offer this on the budget, that this comes to an end on March 31st. We've had we're supposed to be out of session by March 31st. Yeah, I know sometimes we don't have the budget done by then. That's a possibility. So I can't predict the future for the senator, Madam Chair, but my goal is today is to get this amendment on so that we show our intent anyway. Thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the legislature had an opportunity to show its intent in our vote on the conference committee report on the Emergency Management Act. I think we've set some clear guidelines, and this is unnecessary.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle, did you choose to respond?
Well, Madam Chair, I would just add that when you read I guess I didn't go far enough when I explained, but this does require, if a new mandate for other purposes were issued for a statewide mandate on mask, this does require express consent of the legislature. So I just want the body to be aware. You can vote how you want on this amendment. I'm offering an amendment. I'm going to support the amendment. I think it's a good amendment, and I think there are many Kansans out there today that are saying, I want normalcy back. I don't want a new normal. I want back what I had. And that the freedoms that they feel like they've lost due to this. I live in a county where the mask mandate's been lifted, but in the city that I drive into, the county seat, it's still a mask mandate. And so I know plenty of people in my home county who are currently driving to border counties to eat out, to buy their goods, shop, because they don't like the mask mandate that the county seat has, that the city has put on. I'm just trying to do my job here and see if we can't get a mask. If we're going to have a mask mandate, let's have legislative consent on it. I did a proviso on a budget back, I don't know how many years ago. I don't know what year it was. And it required express consent for something called Medicaid expansion. And it went on. And the other house adopted it like that. And then the next year we put it in statutes. And today we still have that. For the Medicaid expansion to pass, it requires the legislature has to expressly consent to it. And so this is similar to that. If there's going to be a future mask mandate, it's going to require legislative consent.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the amendment kind of addresses something that we just addressed in the conference committee report regarding Senate Bill 40, that if the conference committee report now that has passed the legislature and becomes law, by March 31st, 2021, the statewide mask mandate will be null and void and no longer in effect or enforceable. If the governor were to issue a new statewide executive order of that nature, the legislature could act to revoke it. So it kind of seems unnecessary to me, this amendment, because we already just dealt with that in the conference committee report that the Senate passed today. Thank you.
Are there any further questions of the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the comments were just made. Should make this an easy vote. I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. It appears to the chair that the amendment passes. Division has been requested. Please stand if your vote is aye. Thank you. Please stand if your vote is nay. Thank you. On a vote of 26 to 11, the amendment passes. Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My third, and I would say final amendment that I have right now, and I have not requested another one, but who knows what the debate will bring to light and might bring about. The number is 1726. 1726.
Thank you. Senator from Brown, would you like to explain your amendment?
I will try, Madam Chair. Okay, first off, I believe that there's no, this is no adding or no requiring. It should all be able to be done within existing resources. Trying to get a little more transparency by asking the Board of Regents to file a report covering any detailing gifts or honorary or compensation, and the amounts are in the amendment. Gifts and honoraria have an aggregate value of $500. Compensation of $2,000 or more given individually or collectively by the State Board of Regents or a state educational institution to any member of the legislature. For the most part, some of this should be filed on SSI reports, but those are sometimes difficult, I've found, very difficult to get. And so this would require the Board of Regents to file a report with the Secretary of State on or before January 14, 2022. Trying to see if there's anything I'm leaving out here. Like I said, I'm trying to get some transparency and make it a little easier if they just file the report so we can see who is receiving those compensation or gifts or honoraria, Madam Chair. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
We will start with the senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Again, I have no questions on this. It looks like it's just some language again and does not impact the budget, so I will leave it to the will of the body.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one question to the senator from Brown. That question is, does this basically cover basketball tickets, football tickets, and these types of things that legislators might partake of? Is that the kind of honorarium gift that we're targeting with this amendment?
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Madam Chair, if he considers that gifts or honoraria having an aggregate value of $500 or more, then I would say, I guess.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also have a question for the senator from Brown, if he would stand for it.
He will.
So my question is, are these gifts from the State Board of Regents and not including any individual Regents institutions?
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The amendment says there are more given individually or collectively by the State Board of Regents or state educational institutions. So it covers all of that.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm reading it and I'm saying given individually or collectively, so I could read that either way, that they're given individually to a number of legislators or given collectively to a number of legislators. I know that there is a limit to the value, certainly of tickets, that any individual institution can give. This then is asking the Board of Regents to collect that information from all the regents and state educational institutions and compile it. Is that the case?
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
I'm sorry, can you please restate that directly?
She will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the State Board of Regents is being asked to compile a list of all the gifts or honoraria given by any state educational institution or by them for each member of the legislature.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Madam Chair, yes, we're asking them for a report that would show in detail who's receiving these whatever gifts, honoraria, or compensation, and asking that they do so. I don't think places a burden on them. I think it's something that they ought to be able to have pretty handily. And the other part of this is, Madam Chair, is that, you know, yes, there's an SSI report, but how do we know? How do we take and compare? So even if I get my hands on an SSI report for Senator Pyle, okay, but I somehow neglected to put on that I got tickets to such and such event, and it was $550 value, and it didn't get on there. Now I get something from the Board of Regents, but oh, now I got a little report here saying I did receive those, and maybe I need to go amend my SSI report. I just think it's nice to trust but verify, and this is getting a little sun to shine on this so we have some transparency and we can see what's going on in case it's just, you know, maybe accidentally not putting on the SSI reports.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this information is provided, I guess it's filed with the Secretary of State So we would have to also ask for that. And my concern is the date that it has to be filed with the Secretary of State is probably the same date that we're filing our own SSI reports or afterwards. Actually, we don't do it till April, so we could look at that. But I think it's asking the Board of Regents to do a report for individual institutions, and I don't believe it's necessary. I think each of us should be able to keep our own records. Thank you.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle, did you wish to respond?
Madam Chair, just that, yeah, we should be able to keep our records, but in case it's not making that SSI report, this at least brings a little bit of light and sheds some accountability again. And we're talking only about members of the legislature, current members. So I guess it does go back to 19, so it could cover a few from a year or two ago. But Madam Chair, I think it's fair to ask this, and it's reasonable. I think, like I said earlier, they can do this within their current resources, and I, for one, I would like to get that report.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think we'll just cut to the chase, right? I mean, this is low rent political theater, Act 2. Well, I take that back, probably Act 4 or 5 at this point. So, member of the legislature that might get compensation from a Board of Regents institution. Right here. We're a citizen legislature, and when I'm not in Topeka, I run an innovation center at Wichita State called Go Create. Publicly available record. But clearly this is what this is intended to do. And it's nothing more than theater, but we'll have it, right? So why don't we bring amendments that say compensation on a water board or a bank board or a teacher or a farmer? What's my tax benefit for my tax exemption? Because a farmer doesn't have to pay sales tax on his skid steer and I do on my construction company, right? What is my benefit from that? That's what it's all about. So you know what I'm gonna do? I appreciate this because I'm gonna take an opportunity to talk about the wonderful thing we do down there. We're a community access point where kids who don't normally come to college can come onto campus in my facility, have access to 3D printers, sewing machines, water jets, welders, invent things, do things. My favorite story had a single mom, para at a school, made $600 a month. Came in, started a little business engraving on mugs, I think is how it started. She's making $600 a week and hired her sister, saving up money for her own laser engraver. Got a guy who invented a neat way of doing air conditioning that's low power so you can use it in third world countries. Got a $2 million grant from the EDA. Wichita State's growing. And by the way, I have zero compensation from state dollars, but it flows through WSU because Go Create is established with philanthropy. And when I'm in Topeka, compensation is zero. No comp, no benefit, because I'm serving the people in Topeka. Just wanted to get this all right. I'm a no veils guy. I think you've all learned that. This is exactly what this is about. Don't care if the amendment goes on or not because it's all publicly available and I'm telling you about it. I just want everybody to know, I think everybody, honestly, I don't think anybody in this room is deceived. They all understand the purpose of some of these moves. It's just low rent round 2, round 3, round 4, round 5. It's going to keep going. But if you're wanting to know who it's aimed at, hello, Dolly, I'm right here. Come ask me. There are probably a few other legislators that do work. I know San Francisco has worked for KU in the past. I think Representative Ballard on the House side works for KU, maybe still. Former Representative McClellan did, but I don't think he's here anymore. Hadn't been for a while. This is aimed at a very small group of people. Could I come up with an amendment that aimed at somebody else? Absolutely. But it's a complete waste of time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Brown. Senator
Madam
Powell.
Chair, the amendment is not aimed at any one individual. It's targeting all members of the legislature, myself included. I think it's sad that the president has taken that so personally. I wonder if the speaker will too. It's just, you know, when you're in a place of influence, as we are, we're in a policy-making business. You know, I'm a farmer, but if I get honoraria or I get gifts, I have to report them on my SSI, just as everybody else does. It's difficult to get those reports. They're not easy to get, and especially the ones that include stuff and information from the Board of Regents. That's why I'm doing this. I want to see who's benefiting in that capacity. And if I'm getting more than $2,000 from compensation from an entity, yeah, let's name the entities. We can amend this, put it on, we'll amend it. Let's add it on. I'm all for it. I want more transparency. This is the first step. And that's what I'm trying to do, get some transparency. I didn't fully realize the capacity of the President of the Senate. I'm not sure what Go Create is. I'm going to go find out more about it. Guarantee you that. I've got questions about it. I did note today, somebody said they asked me if I had an amendment that was targeted at the President. I don't know who's circulating that, but evidently someone likes to play on keeping certain personalities in conflict. And that needs to stop. That needs to stop. This is about transparency. It's about getting 2 reports so that we can compare, so that we can get accountability. He mentioned other members who work for the universities. I wasn't aware we had that many that did. So it'll be interesting to see how many more do. And we can compare that when we get those notes. I mean, if you're getting compensation, what are you worried about? If it's on the SSI, it's already open public information. The concern would be if you're not filling it out on the SSI. Then we have a problem. We got an ethics violation. So, Madam Chair, this is an opportunity to get transparency and accountability so that we see, and I will welcome, let's bring it on. I'm a farmer, you know, so I don't know what compensation as a farmer. I mean, everyone takes the tax deductions, which I was accused. I guess that's somehow a benefit or honoraria or whatever is in the amendment, but not targeted. That is a sad day when we have those kind of accusations on the Senate floor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any further questions on the amendment? Seeing none, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I said enough. I'll move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The amendment fails. We are now, before we move on, I do need to make an announcement. We had, let's see, when we took action on Amendment 1762 that was offered by Senator Hawk, just want you to know the vote is the same, but 2 names are in the incorrect position. Those are being flipped, and that will be updated shortly. At this time, I call on the senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment.
I'm assuming you've turned it in. What is the number?
The number, Madam Chair, is 1729.
Senator, would you like to go ahead and explain your amendment?
Madam Chair, I'm thinking basically if the reader could read at least the first portion of it, and then I'll wave her off and finish explanation.
The reader will do so. I believe the senator indicated just the first portion. Are you wanting just that first paragraph?
If the reader could read through basically the end of section B3.
So the first page and a half. Okay.
I move to amend substitute for Senate Bill 267 on page 267, following line 34 by inserting section 136A, in addition to other purposes for which expenditures may be made by any state agency named in this or other appropriation act of the 2021 regular session of the legislature from the monies appropriated from the state general fund or from any special revenue fund or funds for fiscal year 2022 as authorized by this or other appropriation act of the 2021 regular session of the legislature. Expenditures are hereby authorized and directed to be made by each state agency from monies appropriated from the state general fund or from any special revenue fund or funds for the fiscal year 2022 to enroll and actively participate in E-Verify for verification of employment eligibility of all employees whose employment commences after January 1st, 2022. B, during the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2022, no state agency named in this or other appropriation act of the 2021 regular session of the legislature shall expend monies appropriated from the state general fund or from any special revenue fund or funds for fiscal year 2022 as authorized by this or other appropriation act of the 2021 regular session of the legislature for such state agency as authorized by this or other appropriation act of the 2021 regular session of the legislature to 1, award either a public works or a purchase contract for goods or services having a value of at least $50,000 to a bidder, contractor, or employer unless such bidder, contractor, or employer verifies the employment eligibility of the employees of such bidder, contractor, or employer through E-Verify. 2, authorize a bidder, contractor, or employer to be eligible to bid for or receive either a public works contract or purchase contract having a value of at least $50,000 from any such state agency unless such bidder, contractor, or employer certifies that such bidder, contractor, or employer verifies the employment eligibility of the employees of such bidder, contractor, or employer through E-Verify. Or 3, authorize such bidder, contractor, or employer who bids or receives a contract referenced in either paragraph 1 or 2 to bid or receive a contract prior to ensuring that any subcontractor used by the bidder, contractor, or employer in the performance of the public works contract or purchase contract having a value of at least $50,000 certifies the employment eligibility of the employees of such subcontractor through E-Verify.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland, would you like to explain your amendment any further than what has been read?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a little bit of background for the body. What I'm proposing that this body do is basically implement E-Verify in Kansas state government agencies, as well as those business partners that would engage in major contracts, either doing projects or providing services of a nature. As you heard, the number was $50,000. Some background for the body, Madam Chair. My wife and I we own a federal contracting business, and we have been federal contractors on the GSA schedule, I want to say, since 2004, at least. And anyway, during the Obama administration, this was after 2009 when he was, and I don't remember quite when this was, but President Obama, through GSA, basically mandated E-Verify for all the federal contractors. And this is basically what we do as employers is basically when we basically bid on work with the federal government, we basically need to attest to the government that all of our employees that we're using on these projects, their eligibility for employment in the United States has been certified through E-Verify. Full disclosure for the body, I have basically, throughout my career in both the House and the Senate, I've introduced these bills time and time again. They always just sit and collect dust and nobody wants to look at them. I thought it was rather appropriate, Madam Chair, that we at least consider the topic. Now going forward, in particular, you know, we have tough economic times. We have a lot of unemployed and underemployed Kansans. I want to be sure that my tax dollars, when they're going to state operational functions, be it actually that within knowing that either our employees within the state of Kansas or that those major contractors who are doing work being paid tax dollars through the state of Kansas, I think it's important that we show our citizens that basically we have folks who are eligible to work here in the United States and doing that work, either as a state of Kansas employee or as an employee of the contractor, or even as, say, an employee of a subcontracting firm for that contractor. You know, this is life, and it's been for several years now as a contractor in the federal government. I think it's important that we institute some of these disciplines at the state level. This in no way impacts any private organization not doing business with the government, or when I say that, at least not doing businesses with the government at least at $50,000. So this is not any sort of, you know, has nothing to do with private industry. But I think it cuts very hard to the budget. And I think it makes a statement, Madam Chair, to our citizens that we want to be sure tax dollars are going you know, to Kansas and those legally employed in this country to do this work. And with that, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Looking at this amendment, I don't see a fiscal impact on the budget, so I will also leave this to the will of the body.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Will the carrier of the amendment stand for questions?
You will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would ask the carrier of the amendment if he is familiar with the accuracy of the E-Verify system.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
I cannot tell you, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I cannot tell the questioner what specific accuracy that E-Verify has. I do know early on when it was being discussed, being implemented, there was some questions about that. I can only attest to the fact that every federal contractor on the GSA schedule doing work with the federal government is mandated to use this. So I can only assume that it is fairly robust and accurate.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's interesting because when I first started watching this system, it was about 11% inaccurate. And they have improved the system. It's about 2% inaccurate now. But they do have a process in case somebody is inaccurately tagged, so it can be verified. And I want to thank the senator from Douglas for bringing this. I think it is past time that the states start stepping up and trying in an attempt to verify that we have legal people working in our country. You guys have seen what's happening at the border. All you have to do is turn on the news. In fact, it's what triggered my day today. I was driving in this morning and I heard that the President of the United States is disregarding laws as to people coming across our border. They may or may not be tested for COVID, and even if the test is positive, they're still transferring them out into our states. So it's time that we step up as a state and say enough. We will not take it anymore. I applaud the senator for bringing this amendment. I ask that you stand in support. I'll sure be supporting it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland, did you choose to respond?
Nope.
Senator from Cali, Assistant Majority Leader Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I worked for an employer that did use E-Verify. I went through the program myself, and I do believe it's a great program, so I'll be supporting this amendment.
Are there other further questions or comments on this amendment? Seeing none, you may move your amendment.
Madam Chair, I do want to thank the senators, the senator from Lynn, the senator from Cali for their supportive comments. I do think it is a program we need. We want to be sure tax dollars are flowing to our citizens performing our work that the critical work the state does. With that, Madam Chair, I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. We are back on the bill. The amendment does pass. Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger. I am not seeing anyone's up. Actually, I had the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, stand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment.
Have you turned it in?
I have.
What is the number?
1737.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, would you like to explain your amendment?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. For those of you who've been here a long time, probably familiar with the Midwest Stem Cell Therapy Center, this is requesting an additional $500,000 to go to the Midwest Stem Cell Center with the expenditures made for their work in the COVID-19 therapies that they're developing using adult stem cells. They are farther along with this type of research than any other scientific therapy for hospitalized patients. And they work closely with the FDA in conducting their graft versus host disease clinical trial. So these trials would be able to advance to phase 2 very quickly. They've had some success with this. It has a potential for saving lives, particularly for those individuals who have an acute case of COVID-19 and who have been hospitalized. And this may have further applications down the line with other viruses of this nature. These expenditures will be made from the stem cell account, not to exceed $500,000, and it will be expended solely through the direction of the director of the Stem Cell Therapy Center. And realizing that this is a heavy ask, this will obviously go to omnibus. This is in addition to the appropriations that have already been dedicated to their scientific research. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm going to stay consistent. This does add 500,000, and so I'm not going to support it. I'm not against it, but I think maybe I would suggest that we would push this off till omnibus and look at possible funding. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, did you choose to respond?
That is our intent. We realize we got in late on this request, and so realizing we don't want a pay-go situation, we will obviously direct it toward the omnibus.
Okay. Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Addressing the pay-go issue, I know it's not paid for, as the good senator noted, and this is not the omnibus, and I would suggest that the senator withdraw this amendment, having brought our attention to this, and maybe we can do something at omnibus where it's more appropriate, Madam Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
I prefer to bring it right now and then have it in the pipeline for when we get to omnibus. Thank you.
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I fully support the efforts and fully support the program, but I think we do need to stay consistent. And far as a former Rules Chair, this clearly does not meet PAYGO, so I'm not sure this amendment is eligible. It's probably a decision for the Rules Committee.
Request for the Rules Committee to rule on this has been made. We will stand at ease while the Rules Committee meets. The chair calls on the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After careful consideration by the Rules Committee, this amendment does not fit the PAYGO rules, and therefore it should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Yes, I would challenge the rule of the chair on this one.
For the body, the challenge of the Rules Chair is in order. The debate on that challenge is going to need to be very strict with regard to why. Yes, Senator from Johnson. Senator
Sorry.
Thompson.
I will withdraw my motion. I think we can work things out. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The chair did try to give you all of that nonverbal. Didn't pick up on that cue, but thank you very much.
I need to work on that, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are back on the bill. We are with the senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger. At this time, Senator Billinger, I am sorry, but we have the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have an amendment.
And I assume you've turned it in. What is the number?
I have turned it in, and it is 1767.
Senator from Cherokee, would you like to explain your amendment?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would. This year was a unique year for doing the budgets, at least for me. We had the opportunity to have individual budget hearings in each of our committees. And one of the things I always remembered, or that I remembered back, was whenever the proposals were coming out, I remembered back to our governor requesting departments to cut up to 10% from their budgets. I know the ones that I looked at in my committee did not have those. So what this budget or this amendment will do is it will cut 3% from the budget, but it will not touch any of our funds for education, K through 12 education, public safety, or caseloads. And with that, Madam Chair, I will stand for questions.
Are there any questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator Billinger, did you want to start? Senator from Sherman?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Question, you said it did not include K-12. Does it include higher ed?
Higher ed would be cut.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
I'm sorry, it would actually be cut less than what the governor cut.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Okay, and social services and all other agencies are included in the cuts?
No, social services.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand. Just look at me, and then I'll address you, and then you can respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair, but I have so many papers to look at that I'm trying to concentrate. So I will concentrate where I'm supposed to be. Thank you. So anything that are caseloads, public health, caseloads, and public safety are not cut.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure what was included in the human service caseloads, and I think that's the only question I have right now, but I want to look a little closer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes. Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It appears this is a 3% cut across the board. We do have a Ways and Means process for making cuts, line item by line item, judiciously and not with a heavy hand across all organizations. And I think the process that we have is a good process that's been followed. I'm worried about things that are cut in this. I am not sure if mental health services are cut. I assume they're not, but they might be. Veteran organization payouts. Other things that are near and dear to my heart in terms of funds, whether raises for our state workers, our legislative budget. I don't even know if that's included in there. If we are also including ourselves in this 3% cut, I don't know. Maybe this is a good idea, but it's a very broad stroke here at the end of the night, and I don't really support it, only because it's not clear to me all the impacts where we have these budget outlines and other things that are laid out nicely for us with line items that are very clear. So for that obfuscation that this gives me, I am not going to support this.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, would you like to make some clarifying statements?
I'll just wait until I close. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I read this, and I believe the senator from Cherokee answered it, but I didn't hear the response. So in this, higher ed would be cut 3% from the budget level that we are at currently, or the budget level that was proposed by the governor?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
This would be 3% cut from the budget that was proposed, that we are debating right now.
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could the senator from Cherokee tell me whether transportation and the Eisenhower transportation plan is included in this?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, it will not be touched because it doesn't use any SGF funds.
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine. No additional questions. Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. A couple additional questions. The The HCBS waivers, would they be cut?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
That would be part of our public service. Our Department for Aging and Services, Disability Services won't be cut. Neither will our Department for Children and Families, and neither will our health and care finances be cut.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. When I'm checking with staff, it looks like the waivers would be cut, and so would community services. So I'm going to oppose this amendment. Thank you.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, would you like to respond to the statement, which I don't know, I think it was more of a question?
That's not my understanding of the cuts, but give me 1 second.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I do apologize, but I was just informed that it would. That was not at the intention of the bill. It's supposed to be all of the public health stuff, so I do apologize. This bill does have that in it.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger, did you want to address his statement?
No, I just want to reemphasize that I do oppose this, and there could be some others unintended consequences here. So I'm going to stand as opposition. Thank you.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, are you wanting to be recognized?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I do. It would be simple enough to draw up an amendment to exclude that, and if that's what the body wishes. But I do appreciate the senator from Cherokee bringing this amendment, because what it does is it allows flexibility for the managers to decide where those cuts occur. It could occur in travel, it could occur in equipment, meals, lodging. I mean, there are so many places. We've actually done this in the past. In 2011 or 12, we saw a similar amendment on the budget, and it went into law. But it allows the managers to decide, and it helps with the spending. So I applaud the senator from bringing this amendment. I hope that the body will support it. I stand in support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, are you wanting the body to stand at ease while you make that a change to the amendment that you have introduced to us, or what is your intention at this time?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will wait and see if this gets added on. If it gets added on, we'll get that amendment.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be opposing this amendment. When our governor went to their agencies this year before she gave her budget recommendation, she asked them to look at their budgets, and I know they went over those with a fine-tooth comb, cutting those originally by 10%. So this is taking a sledgehammer to agencies that have already gone through this process. So I will be opposing this amendment.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, did you choose to respond?
Madam Chair, thank you. The budget grew 4% from last year. A sledgehammer would be negative, taking that to a negative. This is still leaving a 1% growth. I'm not sure what the definition of a sledgehammer is, but to me, when you grow, it's not cutting things to the bone or taking a sledgehammer to it.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, like many other members of this body, had an opportunity in committee to review some agency budgets. In the Senate Ag and Natural Resources Committee, we reviewed the environmental budget for the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. We saw the cuts that they were having to make, and we debated on some of those whether the cuts should be for staff for permitting or staff for inspections. But We have not, as a body, passed fees that would be needed to help some of our farmers and ranchers get the inspections and the permits that they need. So I think many of us had a chance to look individually at the appropriations. I would much prefer that we continue that work than have an across-the-board reduction. I stand against this amendment.
Senator from Johnson, I'm sorry, I didn't see that you were still standing. Senator Sykes.
That's okay. I just wanted to comment. It is a sledgehammer going through this and irresponsible. And I would have thought that if the senator cared about this, he would have brought it to the Ways and Means or different budget committees where this process was thoroughly vetted. But thank you.
All right, let's try and avoid ad hominem attacks. Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
I'll wait. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would like to ask the carrier of the amendment a question.
He will answer.
Does this include cutting nursing homes and IDD, of which we've put additional funds in this year?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
The nursing home IDD waiver, HCBC waivers, that's part of those a little bit, that IDD. So that is the amendment we will follow up with if this passes.
Okay. Madam Chairman?
Yes, Senator Wilborn.
One more comment. You know, some of those funds come from the SGF and they have matching federal funds, so it has an impact that ripples down further than just the cuts on the surface. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'll call on the senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Thank you. I think the senator from McPherson kind of started in the area I was concerned about. We just talked about mental health maybe 2 hours ago now. And I believe that this only protects just waivers. So community mental health facilities, I believe, would be cut. Again, the IDD. A lot of people complain about the governor's allotments that she did back in April based on the consensus revenue estimates that we had. And she made those allotments because our budget looked so dire. But then we got the November revenue estimates, and I wonder if she would have made those allotments. And what I heard in legislative budget all through the summer and fall is that we're very upset with the governor because she made those allotments to those things that we hold near and dear to our heart. Nursing home facilities, community mental health, the IDD kids. And that some of those very programs were restored in this. So I'm very concerned about this across-the-board 3% cut and the impact it'll have. I'll just add another area that doesn't have to do with social services. The senator from Douglas brought up some of the work that was, well, in local government, but in ag, we actually moved some money around that's going to help the Quivira area defend themselves against a federal lawsuit that's coming down the pike, so, or a lawsuit against Audubon. So I just think it's very dangerous when we just start doing across the board and we really don't know what it looks like. And that's why you have a budget committee, and I think everyone's welcome to come and testify in that committee if they have an idea. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
I'll hold.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would the carrier of the amendment stand for a question?
He will.
Thank you. I would like to ask the carrier of the amendment, the 3%, is that less than what the governor had cut those programs in her budget?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Yes.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Only in government is an estimated or a budget increase that is decreased even more than you had the previous year considered a cut. These agencies and departments would still be getting more money than they received in the governor's budget. I ask that the body consider that and support this amendment.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, do you choose to respond?
No, Madam Chair, I'll still hold.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger, do you have a question or a statement?
I do not, thank you.
Are there any further questions or comments on this amendment? Seeing none, Senator Hildebrand from Cherokee, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to this body. You know, I find it really ironic and, I'm sorry, just downright comical that 9 people in this chamber sit on what's called the Ways and Means Committee. And if you dare try to do anything against what they did, their work in their committee, this isn't the place to do it. This is a body of 40 senators. We are in committee of the whole. Each and every senator sitting in this chamber has a voice and has the opportunity to make any amendment that they want, to adjust anything that they want. Just because you're in a regular committee doesn't mean what your work is untouchable. And I apologize. Sometimes we do go to members of those committees, and sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But that's not the end-all, be-all of the final say. The final say is right here on this floor in Committee of the Whole. If you guys looked at a profile of anything other than what you were just handed out, for you new senators that don't know this, a profile is this little piece of paper right here. You will notice that you only get 1 year, 1 out year to look at. So you can request a 5-year, 2-year, 3-year profile. I always do because I like to see what the out years look like. With the proposed budget that we are looking at, the underlining bill, we are going to end the year, based off consensus revenue estimates, $398.1 million, which leaves us an ending balance of 5%, 2.5% below our statutory requirement of 7.5%. Fiscal year 2023, that's a year away, starting July 1st. We are expected to lose in the year for fiscal year 2023, $14.8 million. Fiscal year 2024, $654.5 million. I tell you that because the term sledgehammer was used. We had a conversation I think it was last session, right before we ended COVID, on that budget that was fiscally irresponsible, in my opinion, that we better not raise our spending and increase our spending like we did. But this body, the House, passed it, and we increased spending. Sooner or later, that sledgehammer will fall, and it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt bad, because all these agencies that you're giving increases to are going to have to lose that increase plus some, because we're not being fiscally responsible, in my opinion, with our budgeting. This budget, or this amendment that I offered, was only 3%. It's only $60 million off of a total budget of $8 billion. Some people would say that's a rounding error. I don't know. It's just a drop in the bucket when you're looking at an $8 billion budget. We've also heard a lot about this isn't the final train out of here. This is just the first budget to get it across so that we can get it into conference. For those of you that are new, once this bill goes to conference with the House, when we get the omnibus budget back, that omnibus budget is going to look worse than what we currently have. It's going to be more. It's going to be a lot more. That's the way it works up here. So 3% here is just putting a Senate position, because we all know when it comes back it's going to be higher. But at least we're starting a little bit lower and have a little bit more room to give. Well, actually, we don't have room to give, but we will give it. So with that, Madam Chair, I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The chair is uncertain. We will have division. All those in favor, please stand. Thank you. Those opposed, please stand. Thank you. On a vote of 12 to 19, the amendment fails. I see one hand for roll call. I see 1, 2, 3, 4. I see 5 hands for roll call. We have plenty of hands for roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Bellinger. Bowers. Clays. Orson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fagg. Falscadeau. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Kyle. Reichman. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Sherman, are you? No? Okay. Senator Tyson from Lynn.
Madam Chair, preliminary vote count, please.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, we do not have our vote recorded for you. We've had a little problem with the system, so we're double checking. At this point, we have 14 yay, 19 nay, and 3 passes. So again, has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? The clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. With 14 yeas and 19 nays, 3 passing, the amendment fails. We are back on the main bill. Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I am not seeing anyone standing. I now see someone standing. We have the senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly, I'm having a hard time supporting the underlying bill on this today. When we look at the profiles that were described, we've seen numbers that are $70 million in the hole, and we don't seem to be doing the fiscally responsible thing of making this match. I think with a few tweaks, we could make this work. But with Senate Bill 22 as it stands, with a $450 million tax cut and the cut in education funding of 200 and some odd million, and then we're paying back the PMIB loan, which is an interest-free loan all in one go. There are some things that are structurally wrong from a fiscally responsible aspect. So for that reason, I don't know if I can support this underlying budget at this point in time, Madam Chair. Thank you so much.
Any other questions, any other amendments, any other comments? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know what the will of the body is. We do have the amendment without the IDD portion. We're trying to find the fiscal note on that right now, what the impact would be.
Have you turned in the amendment?
I'm not sure we're running it until we find the fiscal note.
The body will stand at ease.
Madam Chair.
The body is back in session. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're finished. The time is late, the hour is late. I wish that last amendment would have gone on, but it didn't. So thank the body for their work.
Thank you. We are back with the senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger. And Senator Billinger, I do not see anyone rising with questions, amendments, or comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You may close.
I will close, and I'll try to be somewhat brief. It's a long day and a lot of ideas and a lot of amendments and a lot of good discussion. I appreciate everyone's involvement. I do want to take a minute to thank the Ways and Means Committee, and I especially like to thank all the chairmen that heard budgets this year for us. I think it worked pretty well. I think it let everyone have a little more of a hand in producing this budget. The budget's not perfect. They never are. You can always find reasons not to vote for a budget. You might find one or two, hopefully, in here that'll encourage you to vote for the budget. So many things in the budget are unchangeable, I guess is the good way to put it. I mean, we have commitments to CAPERS. We're fully funding our CAPERS commitment. Be the third year in a row that we put the required contribution in. You know, schools, we all want to make sure the schools are funded. We added a little bit to higher ed to try to smooth their road a little bit too. They've had some struggles with the virus, and so we tried to make some changes there. We tried to help a lot of our social service budgets. There's money in here for the IDD community, and we're trying to get them to that $12 where they don't continue to lose their help to Chick-fil-A. I know we pushed a lot off to omnibus, and the reason for that I've mentioned several times, but we do want to look and make sure that we utilize any and all federal funding in all of our budget. And yes, most of this is one-time money. I know some of it has a few provisions where we can go several years, but I would like to say that I hope that we find a lot of areas where we can utilize one-time funding. I think it's imperative that we try to add some additional fundings to our unemployment reserves. Hoping that we'll be able to do that with some of these federal dollars. Maybe some maintenance, things like that are one-time spends. So I know that our committee is focused on these type of spends. So try to be good stewards of the people's money. I know we worked hard trying to get everything covered as far as we could, try to come with an ending balance, but yet fund the things that needed to be funded. And I would just ask everyone to please consider voting for this budget. Like I said, there's always reasons why you can vote no, and there's always reasons you can vote aye, and I would appreciate everyone that could help pass this budget. And with that, I move that when the committee rises and reports Senate Bill 267 as amended favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carries. This time, the chair recognizes the Assistant Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Madam Chair, I move that the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Clerk will read the committee report.
On motion of Senator Alley, the Senate resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders with Senator Baumgardner in the chair. Recommended, Senate Bill, Sub-Senate Bill 267 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, recommending a substitute bill be amended on motion of Senators Tyson, Pyle, and Holland, and the substitute bill be passed as amended.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner, for adoption of the report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Report's adopted. Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill number 298, an act concerning the Uniform Controlled Substances Act.
This constitutes introduction of Senate Bill 298. Reports of standing committees. The clerk will read.
Mr. President, the Committee on Education recommends Senate Bill 208 be amended. Senator Baumgardner, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Public Health and Welfare recommends HB 2254 as amended by House Committee be amended. Senator Hildebrand, chairperson, and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends HB 2078 as amended, and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Warren, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Transportation recommends HB 2007 be amended, and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Peterson, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends HB 2227 as amended by House Committee be passed. Senator Warren, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Transportation recommends HB 2014 as amended by House Committee be passed, and because the committee is of the opinion that the bill is of a non-controversial nature, be placed on the consent calendar. Senator Peterson, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Utilities recommends HB 2145 be passed. Senator Thompson, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources recommends HB 2155 be passed. Senator Kirshen, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources recommends HB 2172 as amended by House Committee of the Whole be passed. Senator Kirshen, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Ways and Means recommends Senate Bill 145 be passed. Senator Bellinger, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Ways and Means recommends HB 2270 be passed. Senator Bellinger, chairperson.
Are there announcements? Senator McPherson, Senator Wilburn.
Thank you, Mr. President. You'll notice on your desk, I handed out a Meet in the Middle Rural Issues Policy Summit. This will be the second year for that, held in Lindsborg, Kansas. We have historically had a great set of speakers discussing the issues for rural America. So put that on your calendar. You'll be receiving an email also to remind you. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a reminder, the Johnson County delegation will be meeting tomorrow at noon, room 281 North. Lunch will be provided by Jason's Deli, and the presentation will be on Goodwill Industries. Hope to see you.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. President. On your desk, you have a reminder that the Legislative Bible Study will be held tomorrow at 7 a.m. in room 142 South. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. In addition to other business on the agenda tomorrow for Senate Judiciary, we will be conducting the confirmation hearings regarding Leslie Isherwood and J.C. Hurst, considering them for the Kansas Court of Appeals tomorrow at our regular meeting time and place. Thank you.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Ways and Means will meet tomorrow at 10:30 in our regular room. Thank you.
Further announcements. Seeing none, Chair recognizes System Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley, for any announcements and a motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have an announcement first, and that's Fed and State will meet tomorrow at 10:30 to work on a bill that we did not get this afternoon, Senate Bill 232. With that, Mr. President, I move the Senate adjourn until 2:30 p.m. on Wednesday, March 17th, 2021.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Senate's adjourned.